which is kind of interesting. No Ronda on this show. So Ronda Rousey missing, which is a surprise because you would have thought that they would have had, there's only 3 big title matches because you've got, obviously, the WWE champion taking on the Universal champion. So there's one. Then you've got Ronda versus Charlotte, and you've got Becky Bianca. Well, we've got 2 of the 3 that are going to be on this show tonight. So it's kind of weird that we don't have all 3 represented tonight, and that we don't have, the Ronda kind of situation playing out. But they've not done that. I think they might be saving it for Friday instead. But I did see there was quite a few comments saying that people were surprised that there was no Ronda on tonight's show. But, yeah, either way, we've got Roman tonight. He's going to be on the show with Brock. So we've got those facing off. Obviously, Bianca and Becky, because this is their brand, they're going to be on this show as well. We've got Usos taking on RK Bro. That's champions versus champions. The Raw champs taking on the SmackDown Tag Team champs. Really, tonight, there's not really that kind of brand recognition thing. It's all out the window for tonight. As we said, we've got the Usos over. We've got Roman over. It's literally the go home for WrestleMania, so really anything goes here. So, champions versus champions. Belt's not on the line, of course, just bragging rights. We've got Rey Mysterio taking on The Miz. So, we've got that match tonight. We've got an 8-women's tag match. So all of those teams that are going to be taking place going up against each other in that kind of fatal four-way at WrestleMania to be crowned women's tag champs, they're going to be in an 8-woman tag match tonight. So we've got that. And Brock Roman we spoke about as well. So I think that's everything that's been announced for tonight. It's, as we said, pretty stacked show. And obviously the big talking point wrestling-wise is that Seth vignette that just dropped. Some of you will have seen it. Some of you maybe not. I got lots to think about on it, but the big thing for me is I have no idea. And I do even wonder if it's a mistake as to why they've released it before Raw. I can't get my head around why they've released it before Raw. If you think about last week's Raw, it was at the end of the show was Seth saying how he's going to hijack this week's show. And he's going to make sure that, Raw doesn't even happen unless he gets, a WrestleMania match. Well, he got, over the weekend, told to go to Vince's office early on Monday. He did. It was filmed. And they put the film out on Twitter, on social media, like it's out there. The bottom line is, Vince has said, I'm going to give you a match, but you won't find out who your opponent is until WrestleMania. And as I said, I don't understand why they did that before Raw. It's a great segment. It's brilliantly filmed, brilliantly shot. It's funny as well. Some really good moments in it. I love the bit, if you've seen it, the bit where Seth's cackling and laughing away at the dinosaur bones on the wall. That was kind of fun. Also, Vince said, could I have the most stupendous WrestleMania and not have Seth Rollins? And Seth was like, of course not. And Vince was like, well, I could, actually. Probably easily, actually, thinking about it. But I'm not going to. And I thought that was pretty fun. So there was lots of little moments in it that I thought were good. So it's a really good vignette. No issue with the vignette whatsoever. I just don't get why they released it before Raw. Because now we know Steph's not going to hijack the show because he's got what he wants. He's going to be at WrestleMania. We also know there won't be Cody tonight. Hence why the question isn't about Cody. There's no Cody tonight. Because in that vignette, Vince says you'll find out your opponent when you're in the ring. So he's not going to tell him on Raw. He's already told us that you'll find out your opponent in the ring. So for me, it's a really great vignette. I know I keep saying that, but it is good. And I just don't get why they released it on social media before the show. Why not just show it on Raw? It's not the biggest problem. It's not an issue. It's just, I personally would think that this week's show, one of the big kind of things that people were waiting for. It's what I was waiting for. Will we see Cody tonight? That was a massive part of this week's Raw. Will we see Cody tonight? And the reason why I say it's a big part of this week's Raw is because we've waited week after week after week after week after week. Will we see Cody tonight? And now we finally get to Monday, and then before the show even starts, we find out the answer, basically. No, there won't be a Cody tonight. Vince has already said you'll find out your opponent when you're in the ring. So, yeah, those are a few thoughts on it. The other one as well is that, and I did put this on Twitter, before Seth goes into Vince's office, there's someone sat just outside at a desk. I think it's Nick Khan. To be honest, I didn't pause and zoom and really study it, but it was a guy, and he looked very Nick Khan-ish, and I think it was Nick Khan. And as I said on my tweet, I was like, it's really funny because before Seth goes in, he says, "You're not Vince," and then knocks on the door and goes in to see Vince. And the reason why that made me smile is because a lot of people think he will be Vince one day. A lot of people think that Nick Khan will take over the company when Vince isn't around. So it's just kind of funny having Seth looking at Nick Khan, if it was, saying, "You're not Vince." So yeah, there was lots. I don't know who the lady was on reception. I've not seen her before. But yeah, it was good. I really like vignettes that further storylines. I do like vignettes. I've always liked vignettes. Always liked the Mr. Perfect vignettes, the $1 Million Man vignettes. All those were great. And I think it's something that they should use a little bit more. They do use them quite a bit in NXT, actually. We've seen, the Lash Legend show. That's been filmed. That's not in the ring, is it? That's, pre-taped. Obviously, we saw MSK going on a little journey, and they came across Riddle. So we had all of that. We have the Chase University kind of little segments as well. Again, they're not done in the ring. They're vignettes. So NXT actually leans into that quite a bit, but you don't see it so much on the main roster. But I really like it. I think it's something they should use more, to be honest. I can understand why they don't know, because they want the live crowd. They want the live crowd to, experience the live show. If the live crowd was sat there having to just watch screens, well, you could do that at home. So I understand why they don't. But I think, in a 3-hour show, if you used to do something, it's fine. I mean, we did have the Firefly Funhouse. And crowds were loving that. So I don't think it's a problem. I mean, you wouldn't want loads, but, and I'm sure they'll play that Seth thing on the show. Because obviously there'll be a lot of people that still haven't seen it. There's a lot of people that don't bother going on social media, so they'll definitely play it. But this is why I was saying, was it a mistake? Should it have been a case that it got shown on Raw first, and then once it was shown, then you put it onto social media? Putting it out before Raw just does not make any sense to me whatsoever. But as I said, not the biggest problem in the world. Just surprised they did it. Matthew, shout out to you, says Seth Rollins meeting Vince has dropped onto YouTube too. Yeah, I'll be on all the social medias, YouTube. I should imagine they've chucked it on Instagram, chucked it on Facebook, chucked it on TikTok if it'll go there, chucked it on Friends Reunited, just shoved it everywhere. But as I said, I wonder if it was a mistake. I wonder if they I don't know, got the timing wrong. I mean, you would think not. But then I just don't get it. One of the big draws tonight, will you see Cody? Will we see Cody? I mean, that would have been the question. Would we see Cody tonight? And there would have been a lot of excitement about, is it tonight? It's tonight or WrestleMania. Is it? And they've answered that question. I just find it so strange. So strange. Will Seth call Brandy Rhodes bald just so Cody can come and slap him at WrestleMania? Well, that's our question. Was Will Smith wrong to slap Chris Rock for what he said? We're not going to focus on this too much because it's not wrestling related, but to be honest, I couldn't think of the wrestling question, and this is probably the biggest talking point doing the rounds today. So, and I've seen lots of different opinions on it as well, so it definitely feels like it's maybe not as obvious an answer as it would seem to some people. There's people that are diehard one way or the other. So just thought it'd be interesting to see what the community thought. So that's our question today. there can be 100 people in a room and 99 of them won't slap you, but one will, says Miss Clown. Philip said, you think it's possible we get swerved and it won't be Cody against Seth? And would you be disappointed if it wasn't him? I don't think the swerve's happening. No, there's nothing to suggest a swerve. I mean, Dave Meltzer said the other day that, earlier today I think it was, that the graphics have been made. So the graphics have been made. Everything's pointing to Seth Cody. The question was, when does it get announced? And, well, we've had that answered now. So, no, I'm not expecting any swerves at all. Cody's coming in. He's facing Seth. That's, at this stage, I just don't see them changing that. I think that I think it's all going that way. Honestly, I will be stunned if anyone other than Cody comes out against Seth. I will be absolutely shocked. This is what they could do, and what they might have done if he was still around, is sent Elias out. So, do you remember Elias? Was it WrestleMania 34 when it was John Cena and Undertaker? And Undertaker's music hit, and Elias came out, and he was like, what, was you expecting someone else? Like, they could absolutely do that, where Seth's in the ring, and he's waiting, and it's like, who's it going to be? And then someone's music plays that isn't Cody. They come out, and then you're like, what? They're doing it? It's going to be Elias. And then very quickly, like, he makes his way to the ring, gets beaten up. Seth's like, this isn't good enough. I want a WrestleMania-worthy opponent. And then that's when Cody's music hits. So they could have done a swerve in that sense, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Cody. So, yeah, Cody we'll see him at WrestleMania. Licorice Pizza was robbed of an Oscar, says Big Boy Deli. Totes. Seb said, do you know why I like the vignette before Raw? Because now I know that I don't have to tune into Raw. That's my point. That's exactly my point. Yeah. You've summed it up. It's exactly what I'm saying. A lot of people are going to feel that way. That was a big question going into this. Like, they've answered it, and you don't even need to watch the show. I mean, it's very kind of them. I'm sure there's lots of people that appreciate knowing they don't need to tune in now. But, hey-ho. Surely Seth Cody will be night 1 because Roman Brock is night 2, right? I don't know. I don't know. I would have thought night 1, but I've heard that it could be night 2. Yeah, I don't know when they're going to do it. It's for them to worry about, innit? I think we'll all be watching both days, won't we? So I don't think it'll be a massive problem. If Cody was going to show up before Mania, it would have been tonight. It doesn't make sense to bring him to the Raw before Mania, so I don't mind the Seth vignette not being on Raw, says Moldy Spoon. But doesn't it take it does take the mystery away? And they absolutely could have had him coming out tonight. There could have been an argument for bringing him out tonight. I didn't want it. I want it to be at WrestleMania. But there was an argument to do it tonight because you might want to shout about Cody being at WrestleMania. You might want to use it to promote WrestleMania. I don't think you need to do that. I don't think WrestleMania needs that extra push, if you will. But from what I'm hearing, tickets still haven't sold out. And if he's spending quite a bit of money on bringing Cody in, he might think, well, for that kind of investment, I want to make sure that I'm getting as much kind of promotion as possible. And yeah, there was definitely a doubt in my mind as to whether he would bring Cody out tonight, because I genuinely didn't know if he would do it tonight or WrestleMania. I was leaning WrestleMania because I was saying, and I know many people agree, you're going to get one big pop with Cody, right? With anyone, really. The crowd reaction for Cody is not going to be as big as that first time because it's the shock of the moment, the surprise, the fact that, oh my God, the rumors are true, is actually here. Like that, you don't get that in the follow-up pops. You still get monster pops, of course, but that first one is always going to be something special. Why do it in front of 15,000 people when you can do it in front of 100,000 and get a monstrous pop? You know, so I agree. I think WrestleMania is the right place to do it. But I also think there was a seed of doubt because you could have brought him out tonight. You could have promoted it. It would have resonated with the wrestling world. There might have been some people that don't watch WWE that might have watched WrestleMania just to, tune in for Cody. Are they saying that if you're already tuned into the wrestling world, there's a good chance you've already heard the news? I mean, I can't imagine that you're into wrestling and haven't heard about Cody going to WWE by this stage. So, maybe that's why they feel that they don't need him on the go home. Plus, as we said, the pop's going to be so big at WrestleMania. I will forever stand by the fact, though, that I think it's weird that they've put it out before. Because for anyone that's still in doubt or whatever, you've for no reason taken a big reason to tune into tonight's Raw away. Did they confirm what night Seth will be? No. Dave's big fan. Who do you think will win, Roman Reigns or Brock Lesnar? I don't know who's going to win. I think they've done a really good job of making you not sure which way it's going to go. So I can't tell if it's going to go with Roman or if it's going to go with Brock. I can only tell you which way I want it to go, and no doubt in my mind I want Roman winning. I want Roman winning because, as I said before, I think that he is a good champion. I think that he's carried Raw well. I think the tribal chief thing is still working. I don't think, it's not like he's coming out and people are rolling their eyes or bored or you're still getting people with acknowledge me signs, and he still feels like the big part of the show. And you got to think he's had that title for so long, but it's all built around him. And I know that some are starting to get tired, and that's going to, only get worse as time goes by. But I really feel like where we are right now, we're nowhere near close to even 50-50. If you used to ask people and say, are you tired of Roman? I don't think we're anywhere near 50-50, let alone the majority saying yes. So I still think there's legs in this. I still think there's a way forward. I just think the longer you keep it on him, the bigger it'll be when someone wins it. And I don't think Brock's the right one to win it. That's the bigger point, really. I think that Brock's as big as he'll ever be. He doesn't need it. He just does not need it. So I can't say which way it's going to go, because they could have Brock win it and then, lose it quite quickly after. I don't know if Brock's going to be sticking around, but I definitely want Roman retaining. I think that's best for business. Let's put it that way. As we are talking about Seth, WWE tweeted night 1. Vince is watching the stream. Oh, did he? Oh, Moldy, shout out to you. So it is going to be night 1. Okay, that's interesting. Rachel said, this is the last Monday Night Raw before WrestleMania. I hope there'll be some surprises during Raw, SmackDown, or WrestleMania. WrestleMania might surprise everyone. Didn't Vince say Seth will find out when he's in the ring? Yes. He didn't specify about the WrestleMania ring. Why would they make graphics for a match that we don't know about till the night? Why would they make graphics about a match that we don't know about till the night? Well, I mean, I don't know, to be honest. The only thing I would say is that plans change all the time. I mean, I heard that they'd been filming vignettes for Cody weeks ago. That did the rounds, that Cody had not only signed, but he was doing vignettes. So it was felt that we were going to be seeing vignettes. Never saw any vignettes. And why now would you see a vignette if we know that Cody's going to find out in the ring? So I'd have to watch it back as to whether he said WrestleMania ring. He certainly didn't say, you'll find out in the ring on Raw. He meant WrestleMania. The way that video plays, it does not come across at all that he means you'll find out in the ring on Raw. Doesn't come across that way at all. So it's going to be WrestleMania. I'd be willing to put Like, quite a bit on the fact that it'll be WrestleMania that he finds out. As I said in that video, not at all does it come across he'll find out in the ring tonight. But making graphics, I think, take it with a pinch of salt. It could be that that was a plan and it hasn't gone that way. Or maybe, who knows, maybe the graphics they've made are Seth Rollins versus Mystery Person. I don't even know what the graphics specified, to be honest. So maybe the graphics that were made showed that Seth is indeed having a match at WrestleMania. But I don't know that the graphics say Seth Rollins and Cody Rhodes. It could say Seth Rollins and Mystery Person. So, no. No part of me is expecting Cody tonight out now. Sam I Am, hello. The other thing, so we've spoke about the Seth Rollins vignette. The Steiner brothers are going into the Hall of Fame. So Steiner brothers going into Hall of Fame, and much deserved. One that we didn't really see coming, to be honest. They've been on a bit of a blacklist for a while, and I think Scott Steiner's been a bit outspoken. Rick Steiner as well, a bit outspoken about WWE in the past. To the point where I think even Scott Steiner, I saw earlier today, it being mentioned, he was actually on the banned list during the Thunderdome. You might remember, like, on the Thunderdome, there was pictures for the people that work the cameras. There was pictures for them to keep an eye out for, and people for them to keep an eye out for. And if these people popped up on screen, then they were to get rid of them. And one of those people they were told to look out for was, I think, Scott Steiner. You saw his picture on the banned list. There was a banned list. So, they did have him on there. So it's kind of wild that he was on the banned list for the Thunderdome. And that was, just the other year. And fast forward, here we are now. I mean, it's going to all be down to Bron Breakker, I'm sure. If Bron Breakker wasn't in NXT and Rick Steiner was actually in NXT, I think as a result of that, maybe some fences had been mended, some bridges had been built again, and, now they're going into the Hall of Fame. So, much deserved. One of the greatest tag teams of all time. Very, very influential. Very well respected. Very loved by the fans as well. Certainly a team that I remember well from my youth. And, it's great to see them go in. They absolutely deserve it. Sometimes, you see people go in like Sharmell, and the questions asked, do they deserve, does she deserve to go in? Do they deserve to go in? And it's an interesting conversation with this. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. The other thing as well, New Day taking on Ridge and Sheamus at WrestleMania. So that match has been added. Not the most exciting match in the world, in my opinion, but, maybe it goes on a pre-show or something. So, New Day versus Ridge and Sheamus. I've got to think that New Day are winning that. Xavier and Kofi. Got to think that they're going to get the victory there. What with what happened to Big E, I can see them getting revenge. The other bit of news, Gable Steveson has won the Dan Hodge Trophy. This is a big deal. It might not seem like it, but... he's the first heavyweight to ever win that trophy more than once. Dan Hodge Trophy is the trophy that gets given to the best amateur wrestler, and Gable Steveson has won it twice now. He's the first heavyweight to win it more than once. So he is recognized in all the divisions. Out of everyone, he is recognized right now as the best amateur wrestler. Obviously massively helped by the fact that he won gold at the Olympics, but and also winning the NCAA the other day as well. He has retired. He left his boots in the on the mat, and he has now retired and obviously getting ready to switch over to WWE. He has said that he will be at WrestleMania and he will make his presence felt. So we will see Gable Steveson at some point over the 2 days. Which I don't think will be a massive surprise. I think people probably expected to see Gable Steveson, but if you've not seen much about him, he looks bigger. He seems to have got bigger. He's got tattoos down his arm now. He's looking very exciting. I mean, like, the thing is, in ring, he's going to be great. He's going to bring a real level of realism. Always find that when the amateur wrestlers kind of move over, they always look good. I mean, think of Kurt, think of Chad Gable. Chad Gable's really tight in the ring, really good wrestler. Brilliant when he was in American Alpha. Maybe struggling a little with Otis at the moment. Like, maybe they're not everyone's favorite team, but I think they're doing okay. But him as a solo star, like, if he was bigger, he'd be awesome. So yeah, Chad Gable, really good. Kurt, obviously really good. I've got high hopes for Gable Steveson. Take him a while to learn professional wrestling. But I should imagine that his takedowns are going to look really great. He's just general, scrambles and he might have some good suplexes. He might have a few good submissions, but the kind of basics of wrestling, he's going to have to clotheslines, stuff like that. Striking, making his striking look good. He's going to have to, selling. He's going to have to learn as well. Like, those kind of things are going to take time. But I've got high hopes for him. It's a wonderful base that he's got coming in with, those kind of credentials. So, very excited for Gable Steveson. And the other thing as well is Royal Rumble 24. So, there is a Royal Rumble show that's going to be on, that's behind the scenes at this year's Royal Rumble, which should be very interesting. I think that drops on Friday. I know it's at some point this week. And of course, this is WrestleMania week. So we do have the Hall of Fame at the end of the week as well. We've got Stand and Deliver on Saturday daytime, and then on Saturday night, WrestleMania Night 1. On Sunday, we've got WrestleMania Night 2. It's going to be a busy, busy weekend. Thankfully, no UFC this weekend. No UFC, which is great because I wouldn't be able to fit it in. So it's a week off from the UFC. So it is just wrestling heavy this weekend. And as we said, they normally put a video out about the store, the Superstore. I'm looking forward to seeing that. They don't always do it, but they usually do it. They just give you an idea of what it's like to be at Access. They did it once with, what's her name, Kathy Kelly. They did it with Kathy Kelly, Triple H, and Steph, where they actually walked around the whole of Access and showed you all the different things you could do. And it was brilliant. It's one of my favorite videos. I love that video. It's so interesting. It's about an hour. And it's like going around Access with Triple H, Stephanie, and looking at all the different things you can do there. It's so good. And they go to the Mattel stand, have a look at the new figures. They go inside an elimination chamber. They show like where you can meet the superstars. They have a little look over where the NXT stuff is at. They go in the Hall of Fame display. They have a look around the shop. It's really good. It's really, really good. It's from a good few years ago now, but I'd love it if they was to do that again. It's a smaller Access this year, though, isn't it? We've spoken about that before. It's not as big as what it has been in previous years. But yeah, looking forward to just all the little bits and bobs that come out like that throughout the week. So, but go home show tomorrow for NXT. Go home show on Friday for SmackDown. Hall of Fame on late on Friday night with Undertaker going in. NXT Stand and Deliver on Saturday, WrestleMania at the weekend, any other little bits and bobs that come out, there usually is. I'd imagine there's going to be quite a few like media appearances as well, as they're starting to hype up WrestleMania. So lots to look forward to this week. Lots going on. Busy. But yeah, it's good. It's good that it's here. This is one of the most exciting weeks of the year if you're a WWE fan. Dylan said, what if Brock and Roman end in DQ and they both keep the titles? I mean, that's a very interesting idea. I think that people would feel cheated, though. I think that if it does end in DQ or count out or something that results in the titles not changing hands, I think that would leave a sour taste in people's mouths. I think people want to see that moment where someone has both belts. it's been teased. They've used the words unification match type thing. There's people out there that are hoping that it will result in there being just the one belt after WrestleMania. Obviously, we're hearing that's not the case. But I think if they were to do that, I think it would leave a bit of a bad taste in people's mouths. I mean, maybe you could quickly take that bad taste away with The Rock walking out. You know, maybe if The Rock came out, then that would very quickly overshadow any kind of like result like that. But on its own, like taking The Rock out of the equation, I think that would be a bad way to end WrestleMania. I think people would feel cheated. So I wouldn't go that way unless you've got The Rock who can walk out and then instantly everyone forgets about what just happened because, oh my God, The Rock is here. So it depends, doesn't it? If you haven't got a big ending like The Rock coming out or something like that, don't do it. Someone needs to walk out with both belts. If you do have The Rock, then maybe you can get away with it. But, I mean, I wouldn't mind that, to be honest, because I'm not really someone that cares for seeing two belts on one person. It's funny because I do think there should be just the one champion, but I don't think it works with a brand split. I don't think if you've got a brand split, you can have just the one champion and they end in the brand split. And also the networks both want the champion, and you would overexpose them. You know, if Roman was the champion, you'd have to have him on Raw and SmackDown, and it would overexpose him. I mean, if people are starting to get tired of him now because they see him every Friday on SmackDown, imagine how quick they would get tired of him if they had to watch him on Raw and SmackDown every week. So I kind of think like that's with this brand split not the right way forward. Do you remember when Vince said to Undertaker, who else would end the streak other than Brock? It could be the same, says Aaron. That is true. The only thing is that, I mean, look, at the time with Brock, I felt like that wasn't the right way. I mean, I didn't think about it 'cause I don't know anyone that was expecting that to end. I've said before, like, it's actually 8 years ago now, and I think there's probably quite a few people here that wasn't watching wrestling live at that time. They know about it, they've gone back, they've watched it, but they might not have been watching it at the time. I mean, 8 years is significant. That's a long time ago in wrestling. And the truth is, no one was expecting it. No one was expecting it. I mean, that's why all the faces you see are so shocked. Like, that's not people that are faking it or anything. Like, that was the reaction. It's one of the most shocking moments because, and looking back now, you kind of go, how was we not expecting it? Like, it's Brock Lesnar. But the truth is that Brock had come in and he hadn't been a dominant force. Like, he had come in and looked good, but didn't he lose to, like, Triple H the year before? I know that he suffered the loss against John Cena as well. I think, didn't he get, like, DQ'd or something? So it's not as if he was coming in running through everyone and he was like, well, it's going to be Brock. Brock's going to win this. They'd kind of got him to a point where it just felt like Brock was going to be the next person fed to the streak, if you will. Brock was the next victim of the streak. It just felt that way. It's so weird to think about it now that you know how dominant Brock went on to be. But honestly, at the time, it just didn't feel that way. I was in a pub watching it live with other people, and you could have heard a pin drop. You know, now, like, if it was to be the match now, everyone would expect Brock to win. And as I said, it's really weird to say that. But I remember watching prediction videos at that time on YouTube, and everyone was going with Undertaker, and streak will continue. It's one of those, like, next match, Undertaker, Brock. Look, streak's going to continue. They won't have Brock, you know, be ending the streak. There's you know, a bit more that we can do with Undertaker here, but it's going to be a good name to have on the streak. It was that kind of a vibe. So at the time, for me, I couldn't get my head around, like, had it actually happened? Was they going to reverse it? All this kind of stuff. Looking back on it now, I would say it makes sense because he really used that to go to another level. I think that Brock, as we said, Brock went into that match with people going, nah, he won't win. He came out of it with everyone going, oh my God, they ended the streak. Brock Lesnar, the one that did it. And then, I mean, look at what he did with Cena at that SummerSlam. SummerSlam 2014, he dominated John Cena. He destroyed John Cena. It was horrific. It was one of the most brutal beatdowns ever seen. Like, they absolutely put the rocket on him. And what's brilliant is 8 years later, here he is, still in the main event. And, you know, for the first good few years, a lot of him was fueled by that ending the streak. Obviously, as the years have gone by, it's been mentioned less and less as we've got further away from it. But it still gets mentioned. It's still mentioned as the person that broke the Undertaker's streak. So it's funny because Brock benefited and is still to a degree benefiting from ending the streak, but I really would argue now he cannot get any bigger. He can't get any bigger. I don't think that him beating Roman takes him to another level. I do think him beating Undertaker actually in retrospect did, because as I said before that match, he wasn't expected to beat it. After the match, it seems crazy that we didn't expect him to beat it. So he went to a different level and he destroyed Cena at SummerSlam. And he was in how many main events after that? You know, main event in WrestleMania 31, main event in WrestleMania 34, I think it was. Main event in WrestleMania this year. Winning the Royal Rumble, multiple time champion, blah, 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 blah. But this is my point. I don't think he goes to another level now. I don't. If you could make him even bigger, then do it. But I don't think you can. I think he's as big as he's going to be now. I don't think anyone's doubting him anymore. I think a lot of people are probably expecting him to win at WrestleMania. So I personally think that someone else would really benefit from it, and that's why I would go a different way. But I mean, you're right. I mean, you're not wrong. Vince could look at it and go, I haven't got anyone else at this stage. There's no one else that could end Roman streak. Anyone that I think's going to be able to do it, Bron Breakker, and they're at least 6 months away. And I can't wait 6 months. So it's got to be Brock. But what a shame. Honestly, if it is to be Brock, what a shame. I can't be the only one thinking this. Like, how disappointing that the person that ended Undertaker Street 8 years later is the only person we've got to now end Roman's run as well. There's no one else that's got to that level. No one else that Vince looks at and thinks that's the person. It's still the same person. Like, what a shame, man. That would be a real shame. Like, anyone. Come on. It's got to be someone else. I think that would be a shame. Wrestle with Andy said it's crazy the streak ended 8 years ago. It is, isn't it? It is. 8 years. It's a long time. I mean, if you think about like WrestleMania 1 and then WrestleMania 8 and think about everything that happens in between with like, you know, the Mega Powers exploding and the Ultimate Challenge and the match against Sergeant Slaughter and the Andre match and the rematch that was on TV that led to the title being vacated, to the tournament at WrestleMania 4, to the cage match between him and Bundy. Like, 8 years is a long, long time. It's a long, long time. In fact, that was Hulkamania. I mean, if you think that Hulkamania started, 84? Well, 85 was the first WrestleMania. By WrestleMania 8, that's when he's going. He goes at WrestleMania 8, comes back just before WrestleMania 9, and then he goes again. So really, you can say by WrestleMania 8, Hulkamania's pretty much done. There's boos for Hogan at 8. People are done with Hogan. So, as I said, you know, he actually goes away after 8. I think to record Thunder in Paradise, is it? I think he goes away to record that. And then, or do a film. I can't remember if it's a film or if it's Thunder in Paradise. Thunder in Paradise might have been after WrestleMania 9, thinking about it. Maybe it was a film. Maybe it was like Suburban Commando and all of that he did after 8. but I know he goes after 8, comes back just before 9. The whole Brutus thing, Brutus the Barber, tag match against Money Incorporated, and then goes away afterwards. So, yeah, you're right. 8 years is a long, long time. It's a long, long time. It's Hulkamania. For me, Hulkamania died just after WrestleMania 9. That one, that was really him against Yokozuna. I never watched WCW, so I didn't really ever pay attention to him over there. So to me, Hulkamania was dead. It was done. Who was it? I've got told that I think was it Harvey Wimpleman was the cameraman. You might remember. I think it was at King of the Ring in '93. King of the Ring '93. Harvey Wimpleman stands on the edge. He's wearing a fake disguise, fake beard and whatnot, and his camera explodes in the face of Hogan, and Yokozuna pins him, wins the title back after he lost it at 9, and that was it. He was gone, and we never saw him till he came back. Like, was it 2002? Didn't see him till then. So yeah, as I said, for me, that was the death of Hulkamania. A lot of people are saying that Vince will leave Cody high and dry, but people need to remember what Vince did for Hogan in '02 when he returned and got a push. His push was insane. What are your thoughts? Says Has the Talks Footy. I think people need to just wait and see. I mean, what's the point really in going, oh, he's going to bury him and whatever? Because that's Cody's risk, isn't it? I mean, I don't think he'll bury him. I think he's spending a lot of money on him. And I think that, he is now got a new toy. Cody's a new toy. I think he will get tired of Cody at some point. I think he gets kind of tired of everyone at some point. You know, not everyone gets the Roman push where they're just constantly pushed on top. And I really don't think that'll be the case for Cody either. I mean, even AJ Styles got shoved into a tag team with the Moss. Do you know what I mean? He was put in with Gallows and Anderson with the OC, and like maybe they had big plans for that, but it was stale. I feel like AJ Styles has been stale for a couple of years now. He was doing some good stuff when he was on SmackDown, and he was like the champion and feuding with Ambrose and all that kind of stuff. I thought him in the OC was flat. We did get the Boneyard match, in all fairness, so I will give them that. But really, outside of that, I thought it was flat. And then they've put him with the Moss, and that's been really flat. You know, so, you know, if I can see Cody being treated similar, I think he'll come in, he'll have a good couple of years. Eventually, though, he's going to be in a tag team with someone, and he'll be, you know, doing something like... He'll be treated the same way AJ Styles was treated, I think. But I'm really not expecting him to come in and, like, lose to Seth and get buried, and it's all just going to be Vince's way of going, ha-ha. I'm better than you. Like, he's spending a lot of money here. It's not in his interest to bury Cody. He's got him. It's not in his interest. So, I think for me, people need to just wait and see. And honestly, at the end of it, some people might still turn around and go, yeah, he buried him. He didn't have him on top. Like, you know, he wasn't Roman. He wasn't Brock. I mean, if you're expecting that, then yeah, he's going to get buried, because I ain't expecting that. I'm expecting him to be treated like AJ, like Seth, like, dare I say, Kevin Owens. But Kevin Owens hasn't been treated very well, has he? In all fairness. He's getting treated well now. But for the longest time, you know, we were going quite a while without seeing Kevin Owens. He was doing the occasional KO show, and that was it. So I think Cody's just going to be one of those guys, to be honest. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think it's going to be fine. I think there's going to be some really good stuff that comes out of Cody going to WWE. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. It's one of the things that I'm really looking forward to is as I'm looking long term, and I'm looking for reasons like, why should I still be excited about WWE? Because, you know, that's something that I'm constantly doing. I'm constantly asking, like, what's coming down the road? Why am I watching? What am I watching for? What am I hoping for? You know, during the pandemic, I thought that was hard. There was quite a few shows there that I thought were not great. But you're constantly like, it'll be great when fans come back. Like, once we get fans back, we'll be back on our feet. Like, we'll be up and running again. So you're constantly waiting for the fans to return. Then the fans came back, and you're like, still not brilliant. Like, still not where I want it to be. But, you know, we'll get to WrestleMania. And you're constantly like, well, let's see when we get here. Let's see when we get here. Now we're at WrestleMania. And I do think there's some good stuff that's going on. As I said, I really like the Seth vignette earlier. I like the Roman Brock story. I like the fact Ronda's back. But what I'm looking forward to now is I'm waiting for Bron Breakker to come up. I think Bron's going to be good on the main roster. I'm waiting for Gable Steveson. Like, I'm really looking forward to Gable Steveson. I'm waiting for Cody to come in. I think that's going to be a real positive step as well. So, you know, Cody is like one of those names of people that I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to WWE as we move forward. So, I did say in my little prediction video, like, you know, it could really signal a new direction for WWE. I mean that. Because even though it might not drastically change the brand, the presentation, I think having Cody there gives them an opportunity to tell some stories and to, you know, I think it's really interesting as well. Like, take, for example, how you bring Cody in. I would have done it whereby you talk about AEW. They haven't. You know, looking at that vignette that's already come out, Vince has basically said, I'm going to choose, it's someone of my choosing that you will be taking on at WrestleMania. So it seems like Cody has been handpicked by Vince, which would suggest that there's a good relationship there. So it doesn't seem like they're having Cody fight against Vince. It doesn't seem like Cody's coming in and he's going to be anti-authority. So already I think that's very interesting. That's very interesting. And it makes me question, well, what stories are they going to be telling? I mean, if Cody is not anti-authority, then what is he? I can't wait to hear from him. I mean, is he here for titles? What's his motivation? Why is he here? One of the main reasons I would have thought would have been anti-WWE. It's so weird that he's just been shouting about how, you know, he didn't like WWE. He didn't like the Stardust character. You know, they're just doing entertainment. AEW are trying to do pro wrestling. And then he comes into WWE, and the obvious story would be anti-authority, anti-Vince McMahon, anti-everything WWE stands for. They're not doing that. He's been handpicked by Vince. Vince has handpicked him to be Seth's opponent, which is so interesting. What story do they tell? And this is what I'm saying. This is what I was talking about when I was talking about, you know, an exciting new direction, because where's that direction going? What story is it that they're going to be telling? Like, is he just going to be here for titles? Is he going to be Vince's right-hand man? Like, why has he changed his tune? As a wrestling fan, I kind of need him to tell me why he's there, but also why is he now singing a different tune? That's going to be hard for WWE to do. That's going to be very hard for them to do, because they can't say that he's changed his tune because of money and expect people to cheer him. Like, guys, I had a load of beliefs, but I've changed those beliefs now because someone gave me a load of money. Please cheer me. Like, that's not going to work. That's not going to fly. So, how are they going to tell this story? Are they just going to ignore all the AEW stuff and the stuff that he said and everything that happened? And do you know what I mean? Like, he's been very outspoken about, you know, not enjoying his time in WWE and not being used right. And are we just going to ignore all that? I'm guessing so. Perhaps they just do not want in any way possible to give AEW any kind of a spotlight. They don't want any spotlight on AEW. So if Cody came and spoke about starting a rival company, trying to take WWE down, maybe they're just like, we don't want fans knowing there's another company out there. There'll be casual fans that don't even know AEW exists, and we don't want to tell them about it. Maybe that's the thinking. Maybe that's the thinking. I personally would have thought it'd be a no-brainer to bring him in and have him as anti-Vince, anti-authority, wanting to destroy Vince's roster from the inside. Like, for me, that's a no-brainer story. But clearly not the direction they're going. Or at least it seems that way. Wrestlemania said, what if Cody is a mega heel and he's sold out like The Rock as a corporate champ? Well, it does open it up to that question now. I mean, if Vince has handpicked him and basically Cody is Vince's representative, if you will, I mean, like, if you've been handpicked by Vince, that would suggest that you're on good terms. So, Vince has gone and got someone that's not with the company, signed them, handpicked them, given them a big match at WrestleMania, to take on Seth Rollins. Like, it would suggest that there's an alliance there. It doesn't mean that he's a heel, but the crowd, I think, are going to want to cheer him. I think there's a lot of excitement that Cody is coming back. I think it feels like a big deal. Seth is a heel. So, Cody coming out it's going to be a massive moment. It's going to be a big pop. He's going to be the face. If after the match it turns out he is a heel, I wouldn't mind that. He can't be a heel before the match, though. I think, like, there'll be the big pop. He'll come down. He'll play to the crowds. And then, yeah, what happens after the match, I don't know. What happens after the match, I really don't know. He could beat Seth and then just keep beating him. Just keep beating him up and then go backstage saying, is that the kind of thing you wanted to see, Mr. McMahon, and all of this? Because it feels like there's an alliance there. So, but you can't do anything like, because you can't show him before the reveal. So he'll be a face for the match. But will he beat up Seth afterwards? Will they? You see, I think Cody wants to be a face. I don't think Cody wants to be a heel. But again, it just makes it a weird way of bringing him in. Because it would suggest, it suggests to me that that he's a heel. But he won't be. And I don't think he wants to be. But it's just so weird. It's just so weird. Like, why? Why couldn't Cody, like, say, I'll pick my... No. I don't want Cody picking his... I don't want Seth picking his own opponent. I'm trying to think, like... I wonder if, like, What if Adam Pearce did? What if Adam Pearce said to Vince, look, Seth... You could have done it like Seth's hijacked the show. So Seth could have come out at the start of tonight, right? Got a chair, sat in the ring and said, I ain't going anywhere until you get me my WrestleMania opponent. And he sits there at the start of the show. Then we could see Adam Pearce, like Sonya, going, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And Adam Pearce is like, give me a second. And then he could, like, dial up, Vince, we've got a situation. And, like, you can hear Vince saying, like, deal with it. Just deal with it. And then Adam Pearce could have been like, okay, I'll have a word. And then Adam Pearce comes out and is like, Seth, I've spoke to Vince. He's told me to deal with it, and so that's what I'm going to do. We have to have this show tonight. So I'm going to give you your wish. You will be facing someone at WrestleMania, but I have not got a clue who your opponent's going to be yet. You're going to need to allow me to put this show on, and I will have to find someone, and you will find out at WrestleMania. What I like about going that way, and why they could have gone that way, is then Cody gets brought in because of Adam Pearce, and Vince could be like, why have you brought him back? And Vince could have been really upset. It would have kept Cody a face. It could have allowed him to then be anti-Vince. It would have brought Adam Pearce into the conversation. It would have tied in nicely to last week. I think there would have been lots of reasons why that would have been a decent way forward for tonight. It's not the way they're going, but I'm just saying, like, you could have gone that way. And that's probably the way, if I was booking it, I would have done it. But I think that it's very interesting that they've gone this way and that Vince is the one that's bringing in Cody. So we'll see what that means at WrestleMania. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. Apparently, the rumor is WWE has made Cody versus Seth graphics and will be a main part of the show tonight and will announce his wrestling Seth at Mania in the main event, and he won't show up. I don't think we will see that, to be honest. I think the graphics that might have been made might be Seth and a mystery person. So Seth graphics could have been made, but I don't know that those graphics say Seth Cody. And Vince said in the vignette that was released he'll find out in the ring. It was suggested, does that mean in the ring on Raw? It does not come across that way to me. I am not expecting anything tonight for Seth, really, outside of them playing that vignette. They'll play that vignette. Seth might come down and say, have a little comment about he doesn't care who it's going to be type thing. But I'm not expecting him to find out until WrestleMania. So, why do they have to do an anti-Vince angle? For me, I would bring him in and not reference the past if I'm Vince. I don't want to reference AEW. I think that you don't have to reference AEW, so you don't have to say AEW. I just think that Cody is a sign-in for the wrestling fans. If you think about celebrities like Johnny Knoxville, that's not a sign-in for the wrestling fans, yeah? If you're a hardcore wrestling fan, the Johnny Knoxville wrestling at WrestleMania, it ain't really for you, right? It's a celebrity that they're hoping can bring in some eyes that might not watch, that might watch because they like Jackass, the Jackass fans, yeah? Or people that were maybe a bit more into the Attitude Era. They see that Johnny Knoxville's going to be in the ring. Maybe you might be able to reach some of those people. Either way, he's there not really for the wrestling fans. I think Cody is one for wrestling fans. He's the son of Dusty Rhodes. He obviously had a run with WWE, went to New Japan. I mean, went over there, had some great matches, started his own company. I just kind of feel like if you bring Cody Rhodes in, you're not bringing Cody in for the casuals. Casuals ain't going to know who Cody is, right? If you only watch WWE once in a while, maybe just tuning in for this WrestleMania, you might only know Cody as Stardust, right? You might not even know who Cody Rhodes is. So I really feel that Cody is one for the wrestling fans. So wouldn't you tell a wrestling story? Wouldn't you just sort of continue the narrative as to what's been happening? I sort of feel like ignoring everything that's been going on in recent years is not the right way forward for Cody, because the story is so interesting that I think that's what you're paying for. A lot of people want to watch because they want to see is Cody. Are they going to have Cody invade? Who else? Who else is Cody going to bring? Maybe Cody could have an AEW faction. This is the kind of thing that wrestling fans are talking about, because obviously their imaginations run wild. They're never going to do that stuff. They're not going to have Cody bring in AEW wrestlers and have an AEW faction, right? But that's the kind of thing that people are thinking. And so to ignore it all, I just think is a bit strange. It's just that's his story. That's the whole appeal of bringing in Cody Rhodes, is the fact that he was so anti-WWE. You got a guy that was anti-WWE that you've brought into WWE, and you're not gonna do the anti stuff. I just think it's weird. You don't have to do it, of course. Do whatever you want. Vince is paying him a lot of money. Tell whatever stories you want. It would just seem like a no-brainer to me to go that way. And at no point do you have to mention AEW. You don't have to mention AEW, not by name. There's ways that you can word it. I said before, you could always say, I tried to take you down from the outside. What does that mean? Well, we know what it means. No one else would know what it means. Right, we are live. Let's end the poll. As you said, we're not going to focus too much on it. I just wanted to get a question out there, really. I was going to ask about Cody, but was Will Smith wrong to slap Chris Rock for what he said? Yes, 62%. No, 37%. And that was 1,000 votes as well. Right, the Beast is starting the show. Let's get into Raw. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, na, 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 na. Days Vince said Seth will find out his opponent when he's in the ring. He didn't say when. Could we get a Seth segment about going to Mania? Cody comes out tonight, so nothing is confirmed. That was mentioned earlier. It does not read that way to me. I feel like that is reaching. So I think that's like reading into something that's not there. But I could be wrong. So we'll find out if I'm wrong. I mean, if we do find out and Cody is mentioned on the show tonight, then fair play. Because I did not take it that way at all. I am not expecting Cody to be announced on this show. Here's Brock. Did you see that new video? Yeah. We've just spoken extensively about it. We've just gone through it. Right, Brock's got a big smile on his face. He's got his cowboy hat on. And we're just seeing on SmackDown last week. A couple of weeks ago when he drove that forklift truck into the side of the car. Delwyn said it's good to see Brock smiling tonight. It's always good having a happy beast. There's him ripping the door off. What do you think Cody's intro song will be? I think it's going to be the same as when he was in AEW. I mean, I'm expecting it to be all the same. There was a report that said that a couple of higher-ups in WWE feel like he should just be taken straight out of AEW and dropped into WWE. Like, the whole presentation should be exactly the same because that's the appeal. The appeal is we've gone and signed one of the biggest AEW... Well, one of the guys that set up AEW, basically. We've gone and signed someone from there. So to change him and move him away from that would... I don't want to say take away, but that's what he represents. He represents AEW. He does. He does. He set it up. He's a massive part that company exists. It's going to be promo video package heavy. I hope there's no vehicle smash, says Dort Knight. Right, we are just seeing, as we said, the start of the show. We've just got what's been going down on SmackDown. Yeah, WWE want AEW Cody, so it's ring gear and music from AEW. What match do you think could steal the show? At WrestleMania? I'd have to think Cody Seth. I mean, those two going at it. I think you're always going to benefit if you've got the crowd at the start of the match. Like, for example, when we get to Drew and Corbin, I don't know about you, but when the bell sounds, that's not a match that I'm hyped for. So when the bell sounds, I'm going to be like, okay. Do you know what I mean? Like, it is, I'm just being honest, it is going to be like, okay, let's see what these can do. And they could put on a barn burner and blow my mind, right? They absolutely could, put on a great match. But they're having to start from, low expectation. Whereas with Cody and Seth, like, that moment is going to be such a big moment. You've got the crowd right there as the first bell even sounds. So it's going to be a lot easier to, build a great match from that point. Because you've already got them where you want them. So, yeah, I think that would be the match. Or maybe Edge AJ as well. I think people are hyped for that. Okay. I got to do this for you tonight, says Brock. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Monday Night Raw! There you go, Brock's loving that. He said that felt good, but it felt like it sucked. What I don't suck at is handing out country ass-kickings. He's all in black, isn't he? He's like flipping if Darth Vader had a ranch. Green shirt guy in the front row. We've got a spoiler. We're going to take a trip down memory lane. What? We're going to take a trip down the streets of Suplex City. The Beast of Broadway. Oh, we're going to Carnival? We're going for a ride on the F5? Steve will be there too. He didn't kick my ass. Bit of beef between Brock and Steve. I bet Vince is backstage just seeing dollar signs in it now. Vince is like, ka-ching! Brock Lesnar going, yeah, he's an ass kicker, but he didn't kick my ass. Ka-ching! Brock versus Stone Cold. Ka-ching! Brock Stone Cold next year and Roman Rock. Green shirt guy. This is the best Brock of his career, says Stone 9540. I'm in a great mood. I finally get my hands on Roman. No more running. I'm going to stand above you with 2 titles. Okay. Your new reigning, defending, Universal World Champion, Brock Lesnar. There we go. So he says his piece and he leaves the ring. Thought Roman would come out. They said Roman was on the show, but it must be a different segment. Good open, though. It's fun, isn't he? This is a fun Brock. Vince hates it when they promote matches he can't guarantee, says Liz Jericho. That is true. Why combine the titles? Well, the rumours are they're not going to. They're just going to have one person carry both for a little while, and then they'll split them apart again. Brock didn't get DQ'd. Cena beat him in Extreme Rules, and Cena punched him and made him bleed. And AA on the steps. Cena 1, 2, 3, and the winner was Cena. There was something screwy about it. If it wasn't a DQ, then it wasn't a clean pin. There was something screwy about it. If Cody doesn't show up, I totally see them swerving with Goldberg or someone, says Spanner. Legend Killer, hello. Voice crack. Why did the banana go to hospital? His skin was peeling really bad. Do you think Cody's coming back? Yes. I don't think it's tonight, though. Rumor is Brock taking time off after WrestleMania for a long time again. Haven't heard that rumor, but I did question it. That has been a question going into WrestleMania because he's done a lot of work, in all fairness. Vince decides Seth Rollins' WrestleMania fate, so they'll play that tonight on Raw. Here's The Miz. Right, The Miz is going to be in action against Rey Mysterio. I miss the Wolf. Is there a chance you could sing the song? No, it's illegal to sing it and not do it. My hands are tied. We've got Miz and Rey Mysterio. Let's reduce this down. My aunt and uncle are in the front row. If you see a sign that says, I love you, Zach and Debbie, which are the kids, then that is them, says Superman69. Superman69, shout out to you. Keep an eye out, guys, for I love you, Zach and Debbie. Keep an eye out for that. I didn't see or hear a voice crack, but I did see a crack of a different kind, says Jimmy. Did you? What are you watching? I didn't. Why did the Batman not get any dates? He was too... Oh, why did the banana... I don't know why I've read that as Batman. Why did the banana not get any dates? He was too appealing. Oh, yeah, he stole the mask, didn't he? So he dared Logan to wear it this week. So is Logan Paul going to be wearing this mask? That's the question. Is Logan Paul going to be wearing the mask? That's what everyone's asking. That is definitely what everyone is asking. Will Logan be wearing the mask this week? So, Rey against The Miz is coming up next. That's going to start the show. We've already had Brock Lesnar come out. It was fun. Crowd were watting away, and he was like, yeah, go for it. Have your fun. He was very cool, calm, collected, knew what he wanted to say, playing with the crowds, did the welcome to Monday Night Raw. It's a different vibe from it, innit? It's a different vibe. Isn't it funny how when he was a heel and he was like being moody, everyone was like, wow, Brock he hates it, doesn't he? Like, Brock just hates it, hates being there, it's an inconvenience for him, like, blah, 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 blah. But now that he's playing a face, everyone's like, oh, he's loving it, look at how much fun he's having, all this kind of stuff. I mean, it just says that he does a really good job, basically. He can make you think that he's either loving it or hating it and convince you as such. When the truth probably is he hates this just as much. I just imagine that him having to travel around the country and be away from his farm and all of this is a ball ache for him. And he probably hates this just as much as he was hating the heel stuff. It's just now he's delivering the lines with a smile on his face. So it makes you go, oh, he's loving this. Oh, he's loving this. Everything that I know about Brock is that he's not a people person. So that would suggest that him having to smile and interact with the crowds and do more work. Like, now he's got to do the talking for himself. I'd imagine he hates that more. So, yeah, it's just funny how, like, now, like, you look at it and he's smiling and everyone's like, oh, he's loving it. Even I say it. Even I was like, oh, he's loving this. Look, he's having a great time. Probably not. He's probably hating it. I sliced the middle tip of my middle finger off last night. I mean, I just watched a bit of Netflix. to be honest. Each to their own, though. Each to their own, mate. Whatever gets you through the night. Brock should have began with "Hey Yo." I think everyone was doing that, weren't they? That was something that we were hearing quite a bit of the other week. Understandably so. What pay-per-view would you recommend watching next, says Kieran. What do you mean? What do you mean? If you was like to go back and watch a pay-per-view. Well, I mean, someone asked that the other day, and we were like, you could watch WrestleMania 17, you could watch WrestleMania 30, you could watch a recent Royal Rumble. I think 2018. I can't remember if it's 2018 that was the first women's Rumble, but you could watch that. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like there's loads that you could go back. I mean, like any WrestleMania. Do you know what I mean? Any WrestleMania, there's like loads of great WrestleManias. But someone asked the other day, and those are the ones that we kind of ran through. Braden, shout out to you. Big fan, love the Toys R Us videos. Yeah, Toys R Us are gone, ain't they? But they are coming back, so maybe there's potential to go into a Toys R Us again. But they're not around anymore, they've gone. I mean, really now, we do have B&M, and we do have, like, The Entertainer and Smith's, of course. So there are still places to go, but no denying that losing Toys R Us was a big loss. Definitely felt that when they closed. Because they were, they were everywhere, weren't they? I mean, there was loads of Toys R Us's around. So, yeah, definitely felt that one when they closed down. Looking forward to them coming back if and when they do. Right, Miz is in the ring. Let's see what the Miz has got to say. So, we're not going straight to the match. We're going to get a bit of a promo first. Miz says, I bet Rey has got an amazing outfit planned. I bet he does, actually. I bet he does. Talking about taking that match for last week. What if Vince chooses a Moss for Seth? It's not believed that it's going to go that way. Get out of your seats and help me welcome Lucha Logan. We've got Lucha Logan. There he is. Lucha Logan is here. Miz is applauding as Lucha Logan's making his way down. So Logan Paul is wearing that Rey Mysterio mask. Corey Graves said the whole of Mexico is buzzing about Lucha Logan. The greatest luchador in history, Lucha Logan, is here. I heard Daze is going to fight Seth Rollins. Dream match. What moves do you think Logan will throw out in the ring? Don't care. I don't care. I did hear him say that he wants to come off the top rope. That's what he's hoping to do. So, a splash of some kind, flying elbow, something like that. Probably a frog splash. Can Will Smith slap the bleep out of Logan? Says James. I only watch WrestleMania season, says Tanner. What's the rumors about Seth's opponent? Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes, who has been in AEW. So he would be, I mean, like, he's meant to have signed and it's meant to have been a done deal and everything. So he would be a big deal. The Mysterios have come down, by the way. They're trying to get at Lucha Logan. Dominic is being kicked out of ringside. There we go. Referee telling Dominic to get out the ring. Maybe he was telling him to get out of WWE. I don't know. I don't know. I think the ref just said you're not meant to be here. You're meant to be in NXT. I think that's what the ref just said. I'm not very good at reading lips, but I think that's what he said. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. I think he meant Florida is that way. You need to get to Florida now. Ask for Shawn Michaels. Don't bother asking for Triple H. Long story. Right, we are underway with the match. Gaming in Real Time said, I just noticed that Michael Cole is on commentary. Yeah, they got four-man booth tonight. Into the side of the barricade and DDT on the outside by Miz. How did the ref not see Lucha Logan interfere in there? Suppose it wasn't the biggest interference, but... Right, commercial break. I'm here live at Raw, and I can confirm that he did send Dominic to NXT, said Harley. Thought so. Thought so. What time does Mania begin? I think it's like 7 Eastern. It might be like 7. Is it 7 Eastern for the kickoff show? 8 Eastern for the actual show? I think it's something along those lines. Eric said 2 promos and a match in 20 minutes. Progressive. Progressive. Oh, it makes me think of progressive when you say that. Yeah, I mean, look, anything goes this week. No expectations this week. Do you know what? It's kind of nice in a way. I feel liberated. Doesn't matter this week. I'm not bothered. It's a go-home show. I've got no expectations. If this was going to be 3 hours of video packages, then so be it. I've no expectations. So if it's going to be good, great. If it's going to be bad, not bothered. It's go home. So when it's go home, I think if you come into expecting much, then chances are you'll be disappointed. Just because, like, it's done, innit? This is all about just getting those casual fans that haven't heard, getting them up to speed with what to expect at WrestleMania. Logan looked like he should be cutting my grass for $10, said Zoom Station. Edward said, Days, Dominic deserves to be on Raw. He's the one to beat Roman. Roman competes on SmackDown, though. Lol. Apparently, there's 2 unannounced messages, even with Seth Cody. Oh, messages or matches? Even with Seth Cody and Bobby Lashley, could there still be USIC title matches? Apparently, there's a chance Finn Balor gets added to the WrestleMania card, but not expecting Ricochet. They did add New Day against Ridge and Sheamus earlier, so that's now on the WrestleMania card. I'm not sure that they'll be adding. Ricochet. But there's maybe an outside chance that Finn Balor gets onto the card. Serious question, said Dort Knight. Here we go. How many WWE fans didn't care about Cody when he was at AEW, but now putting excitement in him being at WrestleMania out there? I can't answer that. Are you looking for a number? I think, how many? 573,823. I mean, I can only answer that for myself. So I was loving Cody in AEW towards the end. It was absolutely one of my favorite things about the show, but not for the reasons that you would think. I loved the fact that Cody was hated by the crowd. Loved it. When he threw that belt into the crowd and it came back, that's one of my favorite moments in AEW history. I said at the time as we was watching AEW, I want Cody to come out on AEW and be like, thank you for your support. As they're booing him out the building and he's desperately trying to be a face, but the crowd are just ripping into him. I say, like, it'd be brilliant if he was like, guys, I know what you want. I know what you want. I can sense a bit of tension in the air. And I know what it is. I'm going to fix it. Here's Brandy! And then bring Brandy down. And then, like, the boos would get even louder. Like, I wanted him to go that way. So I was loving all that. I was loving all of that. So when he left, my first reaction was, I was gutted. Because that meant all of that was gone. So I was like, damn it. So I was disappointed with that. But I'm excited for him to come into WWE because, you know, it's a big signing for them. I'm interested to see how he's going to get used. I want to know how they're going to use him. What stories are they going to tell? He was anti-WWE. So do they lean into that? Do they not lean into that? Is he going to be a face? Is he going to be a heel? How's he going to be booked? Who's he going to be facing? Like, he's kind of that one person or one of them people you didn't expect to see in WWE. You just felt like he was AEW for life, you know? He set up that company. So, yeah, it's really intriguing. Lucha Logan gets attacked by Dominic and Rey. They get the mask back. Rey's won. The match didn't take long. We've got so much to go through. Got Miz in position, and they're going to do double 619. Lucha Logan's not happy on the outside. Well, I think he's just Logan, actually. He can't be Lucha Logan now that he doesn't have the mask. Rey Mysterio going up top. Frog splash. Nice double splashes, and there we go. Logan looks like he should be handing out hot dogs at a 7-Eleven. Go on, Dominic. Smash him and don't stop, says Edward. Cultaholic said the kickoff show's 2 hours both nights. It is. When is the Hall of Fame? It's on after SmackDown. It's on for an hour and a half. I think it's straight after SmackDown. I think it's 10 till 11:30 Eastern. Mr. McMahon decides Seth Rollins' WrestleMania fate. That coming up next. Elias and Via and Drew and R-Truth and Ninja Guy should be released, says Miguel. Joe said Eddie tributes. James said, oh my God, it was Logan under that mask. Days, how are you? I'm doing all right. I'm excited for WrestleMania. Good. Good to be glad that people are excited. I think the stuff, even if the card isn't like the strongest in the world, I think that there's a lot to be excited about. It would have been awesome if Triple H came out to do a retirement speech and Cody interrupted and set up a match, but that can't happen. You've got Peacock. Are you watching the Hall of Fame? Yes. Why didn't they wait to air the Vince video when no one had seen it already? AEW fan? I don't know. Is the answer. Because we did speak about that in the hour before. Are you excited for Edge AJ? I am. Airflow Games, yeah, I am. I think that is definitely one that has got people's attention. I think the celebrity matches divide opinion. I think there's a few other matches on there that maybe haven't had the strongest builds. But I think undeniably you can go down that card and you can find a good 3 or 4 matches that speak to you, that you're looking forward to. Like, I'm looking forward to Edge AJ. I'm looking forward to Roman Brock. I'm looking forward to Seth Cody. I'm looking forward to Ronda Charlotte. I'm looking forward to Becky Bianca. So, I mean, there's 5 without even really trying that I'm, like, looking forward to. So, yeah, it's going to be good. I do think it'd probably be better if it was just one day, though. I think that you could get rid of some of the waffle and get it down to, like, a really solid, say, 8 matches. You could have them 5 and then, pick 3 out of the rest. And then have, like, a really solid one-day WrestleMania. But I get it. I mean, like, they've done the 2-day WrestleMania before and people have bought it and it's made them probably more money as a result. And I'm sure Peacock are loving having 2 I mean, basically, you're having 2 WrestleManias, one after the other. If one WrestleMania is good and, making you X amount, then imagine having 2 straight after each other. And I would imagine that, I don't know if they have to rent them stadiums for, like, that weekend, or if you just rent, because, I mean, like, you've got to rent it before to set up the staging. It's not, you don't just rent it for the one day, because you've got to rent it to set up the staging. I mean, if you think about it, they would have to have rented a stadium for a weekend anyway to have set it all up and then go on the Sunday. Now they can set it up and go on the Saturday and the Sunday, no extra cost. I don't think they're paying for, like, an extra day. It's just they had it anyway and they weren't using it. They were just using it to set it up. I mean, it does make a lot of sense as to why you would do 2 days. It's win-win-win-win-win. With, as I said, very little cost to do in 2 days. So I think it does make sense. And that's why we won't go back now. But, yeah, it does make you think, like, damn, if you just have one day, if you had 1 day WrestleMania this year, it'd be immense. I think there's some really good matches on there. The Steiners changed tag team wrestling. They did. Really great to see them coming into the Hall of Fame. Really great. I think if you really want to appreciate the Steiners, late 80s, early 90s, like WCW, maybe a bit of New Japan, that's where you need to be looking. I think that they had some good moments in WWE, but I don't think it was their best moments. But I think they definitely showed what they were capable of. They showed enough to, get my attention. I really liked them when I was young. I had the Hasbros and, all of that. Dogface Gremlin, and yeah, they were great. They were so athletic, and their matches were so much fun. Via next Monday. Don't forget, next week's Raw is incredible. Next week's Raw is incredible. That is the Raw after WrestleMania. It's been 2 weeks, 2 years since we had a good one. And next week we get one. Proper, passionate crowd. Right, we've got the Seth segment coming up, so we're just seeing the video package as to how we got to this bit. Steiners were unbelievable, and I'm convinced I had their WCW figures, but I completely forgot they even had WCW figures. Hall of Fame is exclusively on Peacock in the US, says Adrian. Darcy, hello. Doesn't 4 commentators sound like a bit much? Yes. Why did they add Cole? I think it's because there's a few SmackDown stars on the show tonight. So that's probably why they've chucked him on. There is a champion versus champion match with the Raw tag champs taking on the SmackDown tag team champs. And you've also got Roman apparently on the show as well tonight. So there is a SmackDown presence on this show tonight. So for that reason, I think they've probably just put Michael Cole onto the commentary. I don't think you need him. But this is a WrestleMania Raw. It's a I suppose in a way it gets the message across this isn't a normal show. Just gets that message across. It's WrestleMania week, and, you know, let's have 4 men on the booth. Let's bring in a SmackDown commentator. Let's, you know, kind of let's go crazy. So, but yeah, it is a bit much. It's not something that you would do permanently. It's only for this week. I think 2 commentators with a good dynamic leads tends to be the perfect amount. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Scott and Rick were amazing in WCW. It was them and Harlem Heat that were wildly popular. How do you watch Raw live? It's on the USA Network in America. It's on BT Sport in the UK. Right, we've got this vignette. It is great seeing this Seth character, who I'm not a massive fan of, in all fairness. I like Seth, but this character hasn't really done it for me. But it is great seeing him in like a different setting, in like a normal setting, him in an office. Love how, you know, they didn't have to have Vince making him wait, but Vince makes him wait at the start. And I feel like that's a different... Was that a different time? Did they change the time? I'd have to double check. Yeah, is that Nick Khan? I get really strong Nick Khan vibes from that dude. I genuinely don't know if it is or if it isn't, but it would make sense that that's where he would be, right next to Vince. The dinosaur bones are just so iconic, aren't they, now? If you was going to do a Vince office playset, I mean, you're having that. I also saw as well, that's a picture of Andre in the background. I was like looking at like loads of stuff in the background when I was watching it, and there's a picture of Andre. I'm guessing it's Andre with like Shane or Steph, maybe. Get your feet off my table. This is there's a picture of a gym as well. I've only just noticed. I've only just noticed that in the background he's got a picture of like Andre. And then next to it, there's a picture of the gym that they've got there. You know, like how people have pictures of their loved ones. Vince has got a picture of a gym. God damn, I love it. I love going to the gym. If I could marry the gym, I'd marry it. I call my gym Linda. Seth thinking that he was going to get fired. How much do you want to flip in read his pad? I want to read his pad. I want to know what he's been writing. I tell you what, I wonder if someone could freeze frame it and blow it up. And I reckon you could, you know. I reckon you could pause that and then blow it up and read what's on his pad. Someone needs to do that. I love the fact the gym's in the picture. I don't think it is Steph or anything. I don't know who it is. It looks like a woman with Andre in that picture. Perhaps it's Vince dressed as a woman. I can't even tell if it's Andre now. It might be Bruno. I think it's Andre. It feels like it's Andre. Undertaker is going to return for one last match, says Simon. Did you know you sound like Seth when you laugh? I'll take that. You'd have to have your own main event. Is he saying that he's the main event of night one? Or is he just saying, like, you're going to be one of the main events? You know, like how Becky is one of the main events, and Ronda's one of the main events, and Brock's one of the main events, and... You know, like how, like, everyone's a flipping main event. Your opponent's someone... You won't know your opponent till you're in the ring and they're introduced. I mean, it's true. It is true. He doesn't say in the WrestleMania ring. But at no point did I watch that and go, oh, we're going to find out when he's in the ring on Raw. Here he goes, dancing around. Ah, I wish it... Do you know what he should have sang? He should have gone, whoa, whoa, WrestleMania, fighting to survive. Pump it up, pump it up. I would have done that. Whoa, whoa, WrestleMania, fighting to survive. Pump it up, pump it up. There you go. Is that the graphic they made? Joaquin said, do you think Cody will have a custom entrance like AEW? I think it'll be the same. I think it'll be the same as AEW. That's the word on the street. Is they want to try and keep it the same, or at least a couple of the higher ups want to keep it the same. Almost. Yeah. 2-on-1 handicap match. I don't know who's face. I didn't even know he was on the show. Seth on the desk. It's good, isn't it? There's loads of little bits in it. I mean, they didn't have to have Seth waiting outside the office. Didn't have to have Nick Khan, if that was Nick Khan. Didn't have to have him jumping on the desk. I think it's always interesting. I mean, like, even, like, we've seen a lot of Vince this year with the Austin Theory segments. But just seeing him in his office working away, so interesting. Viking Raiders. Is he going to bury the Viking Raiders? Are they going to have a Moss bury the Viking Raiders? I emailed you what my finger looks like. I don't want to look to it. Why do I want to look at that? It sounds awful, dude. You say you emailed it me? Yeah, it's nasty, dude. You can't really make it out, can you, from the picture? But nasty. Thoughts are with you at this difficult time. Jim said, War Raiders are getting buried. Yeah, I hope that's going to be a shame if so. Apple and Onion fan said, who's going to be hosting WrestleMania 38? They didn't announce it. To be honest, you don't always get a host. The host thing has been something they've done to kind of spruce it up. I would have thought it would have been Stone Cold. That's what I was expecting him to be the host. Thought he would have hosted. But now that he's actually in a segment, I think they're going with that instead. So I don't know that there is one. I mean, like, most WrestleManias never had a host. So it's an interesting question though, because it's not something that I mean, like, who was the host like at 36? Was it Rob Gronkowski? And then at 37, it was... Who's the host for 37? Was it Hogan? Feel like it was Hogan, wasn't it? But again, what did he do? He did a couple of little bits where he came out with Titus O'Neil. I remember him doing quite a bit with. He did something with Titus. Opened and did a little bit with like Alexa. Don't need it. You ain't gonna lose anything by not having a host. It's gonna be Cody Rhodes, Bay Wrestling has more than one royal family. Let's go. Primo said, "Are Viking Raiders WWE deals about to be up?" Don't know. I think Bayley was the host. What, last year? Was she? I can't remember her really doing anything other than she got attacked by the Bellas. I remember that. And did she do some around the commentary tape? Maybe she was. If she did even less than Hogan. Yeah, I can't remember. You got me questioning it now. No, doesn't matter. We don't need one. Do you think Bobby is returning tonight? I think he could. Right, Viking Raiders making their way down. Almost 50 minutes into this. Seth should have started singing Stand Back, yes. Yeah, should have done Vince's song to him. That would have been good. Or he could have done Vince's theme song. You've got no chance. Nah, it was good though. It was good. It was a good vignette. Right, we got Viking Raiders making their way down. Raid. Main one says, how do you watch live? We just said it's on USA Network in America or BT Sport in the UK. I don't know where you are. I saw some on Twitter that Cody was promised a WWE World Championship run. Thoughts? How would anyone know that? Oh, my thoughts. How would anyone know that? I mean, people haven't even known if he was properly signed or not. And then, in fairness, it did come out. Was it last week or so that it was now done? But I'd be... I can't say I've seen, like, anyone talking specifics about the contract. Again, has it come from Dave Meltzer? Has it come from Sean Ross Sapp? If it's come from one of those, then... count out victory for Amos. Amos has won in a squash match. A little bit pointless. Oh, I tell you, Viking Raiders do look like... Oh. Do you imagine if this had been Legion of Doom or like someone like that? Yeah, buried them. Buried. That was pathetic. I thought the Raiders were on SmackDown. I bet they wish they were. The biggest failure with the Viking Raiders is their raid gimmick. To Hottie Entertainment, shout out to you. You've made that song stuck in my head now. Sorry. Here we go. There's a little interview with Amos. Let's see what's going to get said. What's it say? The Paints Arena. Is there any star that could threaten you? I love his voice. Surely there must be someone. Bippy! Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bibby is making his way down. Well, he's not actually. They've played his music. Is he going to attack from behind? The camera's in close. No, there he is. The camera is in really close to Amos, and it was like, is he going to attack from behind? But here's Bibby. Okay. Bobby Lashley making his way down. Giving him the Andre Never Knocked Down gimmick is disrespectful, says Kim. I tweeted you the Cody Championship thing. Bum, ba, ba, dum. Yeah, it's from Slice Wrestling. I wouldn't touch that. I think Slice Wrestling has a bit of a reputation for not being the most reliable of sources. Amos has got Bibby. Bibby tries to shoulder tackle Amos. Tell you what, he is towering over Bibby. Look at the size of Amos with the Bibster. Hurls him against the ropes. Goes for a clothesline. Shoulder tackle, and Amos does go down. You don't want the smoke. Bobby chants. Hey, is Bobby going to pick up and slam Amos? That'd be good. Yeah, do you know what? I don't hate this match. I don't hate this match at all. Actually seeing them in the ring, like Amos towering over Bobby, looked great. It looked really good. Yeah, I don't hate this. Bobby looks small. Can't wait for this match, says Sam. Amos is not the unmovable monster. He's a giant jabroni, said Jilly. It says it's from PW Insider. No, it doesn't. It says PW Insider and Fightful broke down the news of Cody Rhodes signing with WWE earlier. Slice Wrestling, however, have revealed the latest contract offer. So they're saying it's from Slice Wrestling. Darcy said, Days, Bobby being gone for a bit actually makes him feel way more special. I'm hyped to see him. Is Bobby face? Yeah, well, the crowd were chanting for him, so it definitely felt that way. WrestleMania just got a little bit better. Seems like people are into that match, which is good. Seems like people are excited. Okay. Amos Ronda, 3 celebrity matches. That's 5 matches featuring someone that literally cannot wrestle, says Tyler. Yeah, well, I mean, I think Ronda at least brings some legitimacy. What with, you know, how important she is in the MMA world. Judo gold medalist. No, bronze medalist at the Olympics. First woman to actually get a medal at the Olympics for judo for the USA. And obviously, first women's female UFC champion. She had the first female women's UFC fight. Like, I feel like she's bringing some big things to the ring. But it is true. Amos is still very green. She's still green. And the celebrity matches will be whatever they will be. What is your favourite and least favourite WrestleMania match ever? Favorite would be Undertaker, Shawn Michaels, WrestleMania 25. Done. Done. Least favorite. Least favorite. Might be the Bad Bunny one from last year. Might be the Bad Bunny one. That was only designed to showcase Bad Bunny and just get Bad Bunny over, who is a singer. So, yeah, it might be that. You see, I think the worst match might be Brett and Vince. And that's like a bad match. But the saving grace of that is the fact that it's obviously calls back to the Montreal Screwjob. So the story for that one is quite intriguing. It's just a real shame the match just was awful. It was awful. I mean, Brett just couldn't go. He just wasn't... Shouldn't have been in the ring, really, Bret Hart. It was way too long. I mean, had they have just cut it down to, you know, a few minutes of Bret just unloading on Vince. But it gets a bit clunky. It's a bit awkward. It's overly long. It's a bit like Will Smith's flipping speech. It's just, you know, a bit awkward, a bit long, bit, do you know what I mean? Like clunky in places. A bit of a mess. So I would probably say like maybe Vince and Brett was the worst match. The Jerry Lawler Michael Cole match is annoying because I think the match itself is so, well, you know, it is what it is. But it's so annoying they just didn't give Jerry that win. Like, he won, but then they reversed it afterwards. So, you know, Jerry the King Lawler has a match at WrestleMania, and he technically doesn't win it, which is, I just find that annoying. So that was annoying. Here's Dana and Reggie. They were just holding hands. We never get time to ourselves, says Reggie. Dana. What's he doing? What's he doing? Is he going to actually propose? Jesus. They're having Reg propose to Dana? Tamina pins 1, 2, Reggie gets Tamina off of Dana. Here's Tozawa. He's got a suit. Is he gonna? He's proposing to. Everyone's proposing. Jeez. Yeah, the crowd are chanting yes. What do you think? She says yes. He's going to propose. She said yes. Guys, I can't believe it. Oh my God, I said I wouldn't cry. I said I wouldn't cry. Ah. Is that R-Truth? That gives me an idea, says R-Truth. Okay, so R-Truth was watching with some binoculars. Well, I mean, it's WrestleMania season. We just had 2 proposals. Here comes the big dog. I don't know about you guys, but I am really getting flashbacks to Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth. It's like one of the greatest love stories they've ever told. Oh. I'll be all right, guys. I'll be all right. So emotional. I bet a lot of you out there are crying as well, aren't you? Look at him. He's in flipping Father Christmas mode. Roman's come out in a red tracksuit. He's gone full on flipping Squid Game. Days, it was a good thing. I had the tissues next to me, says Sam. That's a very good. I didn't, mate, and I was a mess. I've only just recovered. I thought Tamina and Dana are already married. Can I just shut up? Details, schmetails. They will remember that segment. We all will. Dizzle Dog, we all will. Where was you when Tamina and Dana got proposed to? That's what it's going to be. That's what the show will be remembered for. 2 proposals on Raw. I could see that being a clickbait title somewhere. Breaking news. 2 marriage proposals on this week's Raw. I mean, you wouldn't be lying. Technically, it's not clickbait. Did you know Macho and Elizabeth was the only legit wedding? I wasn't a legit wedding. They were already married by the time that happened. Brock will get smashed and pinned 1, 2, 3 by the tribal chief, and then the whole world will acknowledge him. Grant said, I'm so happy for Dana and Reggie, and OMG, Tamina and Tozawa, OMG. Blaze said, I smell a double wedding. Well, I don't even know why we've got Roman out there right now, to be honest. I mean, how the hell do you follow 2 marriage proposals? How are you meant to follow that? These 24/7 segments have grown on me, and they're good comedy sometimes. It's good filler content. I don't care, says Darcy. Wasn't it the same ring? Oh, I wasn't paying that much attention. I'll say yes. I don't know. Perhaps they got a 2-for-1 deal on rings. Buy one, get one free. Right, we got the Usos and we got the Romans, and I'm guessing we're going to a commercial break. If they were married, wouldn't the wrestling one be legit and redoing vows? No, because it wasn't a real wedding. R-Truth will do an Eric Bischoff and disguise himself as the minister. The first hour of Raw hasn't felt like 4 hours this week. Baby steps, says Top Tier. Right. They're all in the ring. I don't know where we are. Texas. We've got to be, haven't we? Acknowledge me. Pittsburgh. Oh, is that in Texas? I thought we'd be in Texas. Where's Pittsburgh? Pennsylvania. I don't know where that came from. It's like word association. You know, if you say Dallas, you say Texas. If you say Pittsburgh, you say Pennsylvania. It might not even be there, but in my head, that's a connection I've got. Going to talk about God mode, needle movers. Talk about how Fox came begging for him to save SmackDown. Done everything you can do in this business. He's never won Money in the Bank. Money in the Bank. You've never won that. If you keep wanting me, I'm going to smash all of you. If you keep wanting me, I'm going to smash all of you. Roman woke up and chose violence. Roman chose violence today. What? What? Smash him, Roman. Smash him. Except beat the Beast at WrestleMania. Do you know what? They are not listening, are they? They are not listening. Now we got Suplex City chants. he should tell them all to shut up, otherwise he'll Will Smith them all. What bothers me about Brock? A few weeks ago, he was out for blood. But he's already spilled my blood. He busted my head open at WrestleMania 34. Do you know, that's a match that I can't really remember. I remember seeing people leave before the main event. That was something that was being shown. People just weren't interested in it at all. My children didn't recognize me. My wife didn't want me in this business. My family were disappointed in me. It's a wedding, apparently. Oh, it's a game. It's a carnival. It's a wedding. God, there's weddings everywhere. What's going on? Are them two weddings happening in Suplex City? Oh. I already took his advocate and upgraded him to a wise man. I'm going to take his title. I'll make the final move and take his title. And then, Brock, you are going to know. I'm going to make it personal. Because it's always been personal. This is great from Roman. This is great. Love it. Love it. Roman saying why this matters to him. How it pees him off that he's never beaten Brock at WrestleMania. Saying that it's always been personal to him. It's great, isn't it? Roman is such good promo, said Darcy. I will be upset if Roman loses. I've got the greatest amount of respect for Roman. In a minute, Tozawa will come out with Tamina to ask Roman for his permission to marry Tamina. Good promo. Good promo. The Tamina Dana love stories have got nothing on Lana and Liv. That's true. That's true. It's maybe still the greatest love story we ever got, that. Right, there is... so that's Roman done. Roman leaves the ring. Here's Carmella. Has she... I need to listen out here. Has she actually said that she's going to do the sex celebration with Corey if she wins? Because if she has said that, then she's winning. I don't think they would tease that and then not deliver it. But I haven't heard her actually say that she will. I've heard them like say that they would do it. They would. But not that they will. Hard to do it with a PG product. You'd have to kind of make it a more... You'd have to make it a bit more PG, of course, than it maybe was before. Kind of like they'd be clothed, they'd get into the bed in the ring, and then Carmella takes her clothes off under the covers before they even get a chance to do anything. Someone interrupts. Sam said, look at the tweet I've mentioned you in. God, why does everyone always want me to go off to other places? Tamina and Tozawa got me like this. Classic. Classic WrestleMania 7. WrestleMania 7 with Elizabeth coming down. It's a great moment, that is. That's a great moment, that is, Sam. Okay, so we've got Natalya and Shayna face-to-face with Carmella and Zelina. Bootleg Barbie. I think, did Carmella say I'm bridal Barbie? I was looking into Shayna Baszler, you know. And did you know that she was trained by Billy Robinson and Josh Barnett? Billy Robinson, though, is like one of the best catch wrestlers ever. And I didn't realise that he had trained Shayna Baszler, but he has. That is significant. She's been trained by one of the best in-ring wrestlers ever. So it's a shame we don't get to see Shayna Baszler actually have like proper one-on-one matches more. I'd love to see Shayna Baszler in there, just doing like she was pretty good down in NXT. I felt that she needed a bit more seasoning, but she was pretty good. But yeah, I was amazed. I didn't realize she'd had such, great training. Right, 8 women's tag match. 8-woman tag. There we go. Isn't Kelly bootleg Barbie? Wow. I think you can reuse it. Shayna is now the purple Power Ranger. She was in purple. You're right, Salvador. You're right. Natalya and Shayna laying down the law, said Zoom Station. We need a Carmella bootleg Barbie action figure, said Smurfy Toons. Rather than Texas, they should have this WrestleMania aboard the Love Boat. I don't know, there's lots of love everywhere, isn't there? And hatred. Lots of hatred everywhere as well. Shayna deserves belts. It doesn't matter who with, says Larry. Yeah. I really like Shayna. I understand she's maybe not the most marketable. You know, she wasn't a big name outside of WWE. She kind of came through NXT though, and you know they got her over. I think I'm right in saying if you add her women's title reigns together, she's the longest reigning NXT women's champion ever. I believe that's right. I don't think she's been beaten by Raquel Gonzalez. Don't think so. Not if you add her reigns together. Either way, she was someone that, you know, we was kind of like, oh man, when she comes up, she's gonna be dominant, but it just hasn't been that way, has it? Do you remember she came up and didn't she bite Becky just before like WrestleMania 36 or just after it? She was like a vampire thing. Like, it was just before, wasn't it? Because 36 was Becky versus Shayna, 1-on-1. And honestly, I think the quality of that match might have been the reason as to why that was it. Because that was not a great match. That was not a great match at all. Do you remember as well, during the pandemic era, she was beating up jobber women? I remember her beating up, like, jobber women. I remember one woman, like, she got her hand out like that and stomped on the arm, and the girl was screaming. And we actually watched as they led the girl away. Like, they actually, like, helped her out the ring and everything. And, like, that was kind of like her solo push, but it didn't go anywhere. But yeah, that WrestleMania match was not great. Not great. But I mean, do you know what I mean? You have bad matches. Sometimes it doesn't gel. Like her and Becky, it didn't gel. But that doesn't mean that, you know, you don't try a little bit more. Yeah, I'd like to see them move on Shayna. And maybe Ronda being in could inject some life into Shayna, because obviously they're great friends. Shayna and Ronda are great friends, so have to think that Ronda will want to team with Shayna or work with Shayna or do something, help Shayna. She just bobs around, doesn't she? I don't know what you think. Roman is on another level right now. About 3 years ago, you wouldn't see Roman cutting promos like he is now. He's improved so much, and it's clear to see. Thoughts? Yep. I think he has improved drastically. I think it helps as well, though, that I think they're allowing him to do his own promos. I mean, you go back a little while ago, and he was still being given suffering succotash lines to read. That wasn't him. That was stuff that was being written for him. So I think that he is better, and I think his delivery is better. But I think there's probably something in him being given more freedom now as well. So there's probably a little bit of, probably a few things that are at play there, to be honest. Probably a few different things at play. But undeniably, the most I've enjoyed Roman since The Shield. Undertaker goes into the Hall of Fame, and I'd imagine they'll mention the Steiners. Rob, shout out to you, bud, says WWE put out a vignette of Shayna and Ronda training. I have not seen that. There we go, the Steiner brothers to be inducted into the 2022 Hall of Fame. A lot of excitement for Scott Steiner to be getting a microphone. WCW footage obviously being used there. Yep. Yeah, it's great. It's great, isn't it? It's great. It's a real great one. It's a really great class, actually, outside of maybe Shawn Metal. Vader is so deserved. Steiner's deserved. Undertaker at the top. Is there anyone else I'm forgetting? Undertaker, Vader, Queen Shamel, Shad with the Warrior Awards, and Steiner's. Is it just those 5? Still great. Vince has to be very mad at Brock and Roman teasing matches with Austin. Shayna Baszler's 41, Natalya 39, combined age of 80. That is old for female wrestlers. I don't think it's a problem. I don't think it's too old. I think, honestly, we're kind of getting to a point with women's wrestling that we've not been to before, because WWE have not focused on women's wrestling for as long as what they have right now. And when they were kind of looking at it, like during like the Divas stage, whatever, it was focused on looks, wasn't it? And as women were getting a bit older, then maybe they were getting replaced by younger women. Whereas now, I don't feel it's not quite as focused on looks. It certainly still is focused on looks. But I do think that, they try to put on great matches as well. So I'm not thinking like, this is the end of the road for Natalya or anything. It'll be very interesting to see like how long they keep them around. I hope that it's like, till when they want, basically. I think it'd be such a shame to like end like Natalya's career because she's starting to look a bit old. Do you know what I mean? Like, that would be... You don't do that with the guys. So you shouldn't be doing that with the girls. But I think it is true that the looks still matter, and maybe, sadly, more so for the women than for the guys. But saying that, Vince still favours great physiques, doesn't he? I mean, if you don't have a great physique, that does count against you, even if you're a guy. Knee strike by Zelina. Roman is unscripted. It's great, isn't it? Right, commercial break. John, shout out to you. Said, Days, I saw that Vince doesn't see Shayna as main event because of her style, which doesn't make sense because Riddle is kind of the same. Love the stream. Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, I think that another problem is maybe her look. She is not your, dare I say, traditional female beauty. You don't like, she's not a Liv Morgan, an Alexa Bliss, a Sasha Banks. She's not one of those kind of girls. She's more of a kind of like a tomboy kind of, I'm going to beat you up, rip your arm off, and then beat you over the head with it. She's a killer. And I think that might be counting against Shayna. I mean, honestly, if Shayna was blonde, cute, but worked the exact same style, she'd be getting in main events. I'm just being honest. I think it's appalling. I don't agree with it, but I agree with you. I don't think the style. He can say it's the style, but I think the truth is that it's probably something else. I think he looks at her and maybe it's just a dirty truth. Perhaps it's just something that's dirty and it doesn't sit right. But the truth is that the other women do get more views because sex sells. Honestly, I mean, we can debate it and lie about it and all this, but Liv Morgan has got the fans, as many fans that she's got because of how she looks. It's not down to wrestling ability, yeah. A lot of it comes down to looks. I would say the same with Alexa and other women, Sasha. I think that a large part of it is how you look, and your looks are important. I mean, that's one of the kind of three areas that your promos, your wrestling, your look. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I'm just saying that it would be easy to sit here and say, no, that's not the way the world is now, but it is. It is. It's sad, but it is. I mean, I wish it wasn't. I'm someone that, I would love to see Shayna on top. I'm a big fan of Serena Deeb. I mean, I don't know how old Serena Deeb is, but Serena Deeb's no, spring chicken. Is she? She's been around for a long time. I've got to think she's probably up near 40 as well. Serena Deeb. But I love Serena Deeb. For me, The women should be treated the same as the men. That's what this women's revolution was all about, was, not just giving them more time, but allowing them to have great matches. And they should be treated exactly the same as the guys. So I think it should come down to how great of a wrestler you are. And that's what I was saying. It was so interesting to see that Shayna had been trained by one of the best in-ring wrestlers ever, Billy Robinson. An incredible in-ring performer. It'd be like getting trained by Bryan Danielson now. So, she's had some great training. But I feel so sorry for her because I don't think she can really show off what she can do. You can't really do it in tag matches. You only get, fleeting moments when you get tagged in. Do you know what I mean? So you can't really show it. You need singles pay-per-view matches, really, where you don't have, commercial interruptions and everything. Vape Ross Vape says, you're right, sex does sell. I bought some last night. Vape Ross Vape, shout out to you. Tar Heel said, Deeb is amazing. I love Deeb. I'd love to see her join the Blackpool Combat Club, which I know had been spoken about in the chat. But I'd love to see her joining up with Danielson and Regal, and that'd be really cool. Right, we've got Sasha and Carmella in the rings at the moment. And Shayna and Natalya go round, and Naomi's still on the edge of the ring, though. Sasha's trying to get over to tag in Naomi. Carmella's trying to get over to make a tag. She tags in Shayna. Shayna comes in. Shayna grabs Sasha. Forearm strike to Naomi. Naomi goes down. Sasha in the ring on her own. Days, because Roman has never beaten Brock at WrestleMania, surely Roman wins. Do you feel me? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think it's hard to know which way it's going to go. I could see arguments for both. I want it to be Roman. I hope it's Roman. I do think that Brock's very entertaining at the moment. Which way it goes, I think, is very, very difficult. It's easier to answer which way you want it to go. Niall, shout out to you, says hello from Cardiff, Wales. Hello, Wales. I hope you are well. Hopefully some good news coming your way later this year, if that pay-per-view does get announced. Because it is believed that they are bringing a pay-per-view to Cardiff. So you have to keep an eye out for that, Niall. But shout out to you. Going Ghost says, Days, I hope you are well. Yes. It's WrestleMania week. I'm very well. Pacing myself. Don't want to burn myself out on the Monday. We're pacing ourselves as we work our way through WrestleMania week. But, yeah, it's going to be a good one. Who do you like to see Vader's Hall of Fame speech? I think Cornette would have been cool, but he said he isn't doing it. Who would I like to see do Vader's Hall of Fame speech? Damn, man. I'm trying to... I mean... Cornette would have made sense. I'm just trying to think if there's, any, Japanese stars, because he spent a lot of time in New Japan. He spent time in WCW. I was thinking of people like, Stan Hansen, and people like that. But I don't think is Stan Hansen still with us? I think he passed away a few years ago. He was in a tag team with Bam Bam Bigelow, but Bam Bam's passed away as well. Sadly, a lot of people from, around Vader's time are no longer with us. So, I don't know if did he have kids? Oh, he had a kid. He's got a kid called Jake Carter, who's 35. It should probably be the kid, to be honest. His son should put him in. I know that Vader wanted to go in. The thing is, right, if you wanted it to be a superstar, then it should be someone that's big. Because I think what Vader did for the big guys showing how agile he was. I think he is going to be a big inspiration to quite a few people. So there could be like any number of bigger guys that could put him in. It depends how personal they want to make it, or how showy they want to do it. Like, you could have Kevin Owens do it. Kevin Owens is a big WWE fan. He would have been very aware of Vader. I'm sure, being a slightly bigger guy, he's been very inspirational to Kevin Owens. So if you wanted someone like to Stone Cold next, it said then. If you wanted someone like on the current roster, then Owens wouldn't be the worst shout. If you want someone more personal, I'd go with his son to put him in. If you want someone that was actually with Vader from like back in the day, then that's going to be a bit more tricky. I mean, he competed, as we said, with Bam Bam. He did wrestle Stan Hansen. Stan Hansen, I just want to double check if he's... Stan Hansen is apparently still alive. Stan Hansen apparently is still alive. I don't know why. I thought he had passed away a few years ago. But he is 72. I think Stan Hansen would be a great shout. Because wasn't it Stan Hansen that knocked out Vader's eyeball? And he had to, like, pop it back in again. Apparently he didn't have... I don't believe he had any trouble with it in the later years. But, yeah, Stan Hansen would be good. Is Stan Hansen going to be a name, though, that's going to resonate with people? You could have Foley. I think he had matches with, like, Foley throughout his career as well. And Foley is kind of, you know, a pretty good go-to person. So Foley could put him in. Stan Hansen would probably be the best. His son would make sense. Or if you wanted someone more modern, go for a big guy. Kevin Owens. Stan the Lariat Hansen. That's a good question. That is going Ghost. No, Cornette would have been very good. Cornette would have been really good for ratings as well. Really good for ratings. Right, get in your halftime scores. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Halftime score. Future Comps says 7. Amy says 6. Darwin says 8. McLean says 7. Channel Name says 7. British Outboard Prank said 4. Zoom Station says 7. It's lots of 7s, actually. I think people are kind of enjoying this. Mick Foley is inducting Vader. Is it? I haven't heard that. If that is who it is, I haven't heard. It would make sense because I'm sure he had matches with him when he was Cactus Jack. And probably in WWE when they were in WWE together. Cornette said he was never leaving Kentucky again in his latest podcast. He is essentially a hermit now. Shame in it. I think if WWE gave him that opportunity, gave him that stage, gave him a bit of money, catch up with some old people, old friends, would he have done it? Would he have turned it down? It's easy to say, nah, I'm not going to do it if you're not asked. But I'd be interested to know if they asked him if he would have done it. It's because he would have gone and he would have got really interesting stories for his podcast, wouldn't he? What? Stone Cold, what? Have you seen the chat list for WWE Prism has been released? No. Is that the cards? Are those the training cards? That's Prism, isn't it? What? What if Cody was a WWE mole the entire time in AEW? Well, when he left, there wasn't an AEW. So he would have to have been approached really after he'd left, and I think that would be unlikely. It's not like he left and joined AEW. He left, did a few years, then helped create AEW, so, you know, it wouldn't really make much sense if he was like a mole by WWE to have then helped create their own competition, do you know what I mean? So, I don't think that would make much sense. Heather said he said $1 million wouldn't do it. He even said if they asked him, he wouldn't do it. Tim said Jake used to team with Corey Graves. I smell a reunion. That could be good. That could be good. Could be a really good way of introducing him as like Vader's son and then bringing him back. And a tag team as well would be a great way to protect Corey. Wouldn't it? Be a great way to protect Corey. Do you like Matt Riddle? I do. I'm not a big fan of his current gimmick, to be honest. I think it's over with people. I think it has its moments, but I think it equally has its moments where it's rambling and pointless and boring, but it has its moments of where it's funny as well. So, but people love it. I mean, it's worked. No denying that it hasn't worked. So, but it's just not my it's not my cup of tea. Let's put it that way. Foley is a great choice. I thought Sting would have been good as he supported Vader in the last year of his life, says Daunt Knight. I love this video package for Stone Cold, says AJ. Do you think the move is Cody owning NXT for Dusty's legacy? No. I don't think that's got anything to do with it. James said, who do you think will be Seth's opponent, Cody or Gable Steveson? I think it'll be Cody. All the rumors have been that it's Cody. I would love for it to be Gable Steveson, though. Never thought about that. I mean, I don't think it's that at all. I think it's Cody. But, I mean, sadly, if there wasn't dirt sheets, then that's exactly where the conversation would... If there was no dirt sheets, we wouldn't know that Cody was definitely coming in. He would definitely be in the conversation, though. He'd be in the conversation because he's out of AEW, so people would naturally be like, is he going to WWE? So he'd still be in the conversation, but it just seems like we know too much. Here's Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens. When they said Stone Cold after the break, I thought they meant Stone Cold was on the show. I'm pretty sure they did that on purpose. I love his shirt. Yes. Love his shirt. KO Mania 6 shirt. Those shirts are great. Mattel were making those. Mattel were making those as special editions where you could get him in his different KO Mania shirts. What? Stunner versus Stunner. I love his shirts. Love it. I love the fact he takes those old posters. I mean, that is... obviously, WrestleMania 6, Hogan and Warrior, and that's what the poster looked like, but he's replaced them with him and Stone Cold. It's really cool. If there was no dirt sheets, we wouldn't know Cody is gone, and we would watch AEW waiting. Triple H for Hall of Fame, but on his own, but solo. Yeah, well, he deserves that, definitely. Definitely. Gable Stevenson's going to win the Andre Battle Royal, says Trent. Is there a picture of Kevin Owens? I want to tweet out my appreciation for his shirt. What? What? He's been gone 19 years and he's never coming back, says Kevin Owens. I wonder if that's on WWE Shop yet. Let's have a look. Is this the same Steve that's been drinking himself into oblivion? Boos for Owens. I'm just looking to see if this Kevin Owens shirt's on WWE Shop, but I don't think it is yet. It'll probably be on by later tonight. Oh, it is. It is. It is. It is. Okay. Love this Kevin Owens shirt. Plays on the old WrestleMania 6 poster that did feature Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior. I'm even going to do something special for you. He says he hates beer. That is the shirt. Kevin Owens said, I will drink a beer with you. God, it won't focus, but you get the idea. It's cool, man. Hogan, Stone Cold, Rock kicked off WrestleMania 30, so it's been 8 years, not 19. I don't know what you mean. 19 years since Steve's last actual match. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. No, I think, isn't he saying like about since he last wrestled? I think he's talking about when he last wrestled. I mean, we saw Steve come down to the ring at, was it 32? But, if you try to get funny with me, there will be a stunner for you. Hard to build this without Stone Cold actually being there. It's hard to do a one-sided build. I remember Bray had to do it when he faced Undertaker, and Cena had to do it when he faced Undertaker. Undertaker just didn't give a flip, did he, for Raws? That's the bottom line because KO says so. This episode has been some of the best promo work in a long time. KO is the best. I got to go see it tomorrow. Adrian, see it tomorrow. Shalgoth said, I'm scared about what comes after WrestleMania. Yes, he gets stunned from Stone Cold. But does he then become a jobber? He is definitely not going to feud with Seth. Did they do the tag match with the women? Yes. It's happened and it's gone. Lots of great promos tonight. Do you get the feeling that I get that Cena goes in the Hall of I I don't know. I don't know what year it'll be. I mean, I don't know that it'll be too long because... I mean, I don't know if Cena's announced his retirement yet. It tends to be that once you're retired, then they put you in. I mean, Edge is in, but it was because it didn't look like he was going to be able to come back. So I think once Cena retires, and he's sort of hinted that he might be there or thereabouts now. He might have already retired, but I think once it's like announced, then he'll go in. So it's hard to predict when they'll go in. Bobby Lashley and Amos added to the WrestleMania cards. One and only. Well, here we go, look. Rick O'Shea is... Rick O'Shea is on the show. He's taking on Austin Theory. WrestleMania Raw. Do you think WrestleMania 40 is the perfect time to... I think you can put Triple H in at any time. I don't think you need to wait. Put him in any time. Put him in next year. I mean, now that he's retired, just put him in. I mean, they've already put him in with DX. Just put him in whenever you want. I'm surprised Steph's not in. Would have thought Stephanie would have gone in. Well, she will go in. I'm no doubt about that. But what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for her to officially announce her retirement? Maybe she's done as well. I can't. Is she going to have a match without Triple H? Don't know. Haven't really thought about it. Humble Rumble said, I love WWE documentaries. Humble fan said, what's going to happen the night after WrestleMania? Will NXT stars debut? I think so. Return of a superstar? Yes. Or something. Mine is Veer. Well, Veer's already been announced, so we know he's next week. Thinking there's a good chance we get Bron Breakker. Maybe a good chance we get Raquel Gonzalez or Tommaso Ciampa or maybe Io Shirai. So there could be a few from NXT that come up. Not only that, but also we're going to have returns. I mean, where are we with Asuka? Where are we with Bayley? Where are we with Lacey Evans? Where are we with Elias? There's a few names floating around that you could be like, you know, where are we with these people? So, yeah, there's scope for at least one of them to come back after. I mean, I'm so excited for Asuka. That's another one. I said earlier, like, about things I'm looking forward to, like, you know, what's coming up that you're looking forward to. I'm looking forward to Cody. I'm looking forward to Gable Steveson. I'm looking forward to Bron Breakker being called up. But I'm definitely looking forward to, I've missed Bayley and Asuka. I really have missed Bayley and Asuka. I love, they're like two of my absolute favourite. They might be my two favourite women in WWE. Asuka, certainly. So, yeah, I really miss them. So it'd be great to get them back. Hope they get used well. Danny said, has or will Cody show up tonight? What do you think? I say no. We've already found out that Seth's going to find out in the ring. Granted, they didn't specify if it was this ring or the WrestleMania ring, but we've seen a graphic that says Seth versus Mystery Person. So, I can't see us finding out that Mystery Person tonight. So, I think it's going to be WrestleMania. That'll be when we finally see him. Seems a bit silly waiting until they retire because they all come back one more time anyway, says Dort Knight. I hope Bron Breakker is Seth's opponent at WrestleMania. He's my prediction. Seth's got Breakker's got a match at Stand and Deliver, so I've got to think it's likely not going to be Bron. Plus the rumors are so heavy about Cody. Fresh gameplay, new My GM mode. 2K22, it hits different. If there's anyone that's a human video game, it's this man. Ricochet. Triple threat on Friday, WrestleMania SmackDown. Ricochet takes on Humberto and Angel in a triple threat for the Intercontinental Championship. So that sort of feels like our Intercontinental Championship match for WrestleMania weekend. James said, bring back Asuka, call up EO, let them dominate the women's tag. I like that. I like that, James. I'd definitely be down for that. What's your prediction on who wins the women's tag? I think Zelina Carmella losing every week, but I don't see Sasha going 0-7. So I actually thought it was going to be Sasha that would win. But then on SmackDown, they had Sasha win the Fatal 4-Way match. And that just got me thinking, I don't think they would have her win that match and have her win at WrestleMania. So it sort of made me change my mind. Who won tonight? I didn't see who won tonight, thinking about it. I completely missed I must have been chatting away when that match ended. I wasn't bothered by that match. The match did nothing for me. But I didn't see who won, if it was the heels or the faces in that 8-woman tag match. But either way, that made me change my mind. So I've gone with Liv and Rhea. The reason being because originally Sasha wasn't meant to be in this match. She was actually going to be facing Charlotte at WrestleMania. But plans changed. So I have to think that they don't have long-term plans for Sasha and Naomi to be in the women's tag division. Or at least they might have changed them and come up with them now, but I think it's probably fair to say that they don't have those plans because they didn't. It was going to be Sasha against Charlotte for the women's title, so I think this has been a tag team that's been thrown together at like last second. So maybe we can discount Sasha for that reason. And the fact that she won on the, SmackDown the other day kind of makes me think, just puts a bit of doubt in my mind. Carmella and Zelina, I feel like they're going to lose the titles. I haven't heard Carmella say about the sex celebration thing. If she does, then I would pick them because I think they would do that. But if she's not said that, then there's no reason to kind of keep going with them. They're going in as champs. They don't need to keep those belts. I could see there being a title change in this match, so that just leaves us with Shayna and Natalya or Rhea and Liv. And it's hard, isn't it, really? I mean, I could see them going with Shayna and Natalya for a bit. I could see that. And I think that with the belts would look great with Ronda. I could see that. I mean, is there really just a chance that Liv and Rhea are just together to get them on the show? Are they literally just together because we need to get both these women onto the show? Austin Theory gets a win over the Intercontinental Champion. It's a big win for Theory, that is. That's a big win for Austin Theory. He's just beaten the Intercontinental Champion. So, yeah, it's hard. It's really, really hard. I think that's one of the hardest matches to predict. So I've gone with Liv and Rhea just because I think like that would be a feel-good moment. I think that Liv's got quite a few fans that would love to see her win a championship. Rhea Ripley should always have a championship. She's brilliant. So there we go. Austin Theory taking his selfies. So that's why I went that way. Do you want Brandy to return later in Cody's run to give him some heat? If he needs heat, then that would be a good way of getting it. So, yeah, I'd be fine for that. Liv and Zelina Stan, I know you love Ronda, but I have to agree I would have her turn heel. Bury in the IC title for a celebrity match, says Harley. 3 losses in a row for Ricochet. Has Cody shown up yet? No. Ricochet, 3 losses in a row. It's not great, is it? Not great at all. I think he retains on Friday. Next year's headliner has been rumored to be Batista, or he's in. I don't know. Is Batista in? I mean, I feel like he has gone in for something. Did he go in with Evolution or something? No, he's not in. Felt like he was in. He absolutely deserves to go in. Yeah, Batista should go in. See Batista going in. As Will Smith showed up. No. LSW said, do they want us to not care about the IC title? The champ has now lost 3 times. Tyler said, okay, this is what I don't get with WWE. It's like we have the memory of Goldfish. Why are we supposed to believe a win over an announcer is important when he just beats the IC champion, says Tyler. Dave Sent said, Days, if I remember right, they did the selfie thing with Fandango. Why are they doing it with Theory? It's wash, rinse, repeat. I think it was Tyler Breeze, but you're right. I mean, they were in the tag team together, so yeah, it is. It's not quite the same gimmick because Tyler Breeze was like Prince Pretty and he loved himself and he would like lie on the top rope and he would like come down with the selfie stick and, you know, look at me. And his music was like, I'm so gorgeous and all that. So I don't feel like Austin Theory is quite exactly like that. I think he loves taking selfies, but he loves taking selfies of like his victims as well. But yeah, I mean, it's close enough to be basically the same. One of the frustrating things about WWE is how no one outside Roman can sustain momentum. Everyone just trades wins and losses and nothing matters. I agree. Batista isn't in the Hall of Fame. He was going in 20 or 21, but he didn't because of COVID. I'm tired and my ears are buzzing, said Dortnight. Have you seen, there's a Bisping documentary out. I'm gonna buy it on YouTube. I have seen it. I don't know how you get a hold of it. You say it's on YouTube, is it? I mean, I know quite a bit, obviously, about his in-ring. I mean, he's one of my favourite fighters, so I'd definitely be down for watching that. Shame that it's one that you have to, like, buy and it's not just gone onto a streaming service, you know? It'd be great if it was just on Netflix. But, yeah, it'd be good. It'd be good. They're talking about Triple H. Talking about last August, his heart attack. WWE legend Triple H said he will never wrestle again. Triple H announces retirement after 27 years. Triple H announces his in-ring career is over. He is a massive deal, isn't he? He is a massive, massive deal. King of Kings. I hope Asuka returns at WrestleMania and makes a big name for herself. That'd be great. There was a good Bisping and True Geordie the other day watching the Anderson Silva fight and his championship win on YouTube. Here's Bianca. She looks great. What's she wearing? It's unusual to see her legs, isn't it? She's in kind of I would say casual, but it's not casual. It's not ring gear. It's not casual either, though. It's kind of like she's dressed up. It's like she's off to the Oscars. Right, Bianca. I never needed you. Oh, Bianca needs a heel turn. Dave, Stephanie should retire Charlotte or make her leave WWE. Batista will go into the Hall of Fame next year. They didn't want to put him in with The Undertaker. I never needed you at all. Right, she's taking on Becky at WrestleMania. I'm looking forward to that. I would imagine there'll be a tease for the 26 seconds. She's taking her time. They're really giving these big matches exposure, aren't they? I mean, Brock's had a promo, and Roman's had a promo. Becky's got a promo. Last week, Becky had a promo. Kevin Owens just had a promo. There's been a lot of promos. It's been good, though. You constantly bash my name. Girl. Congratulations, Becky. You took me out for a week. Means the end of the second hour. Yeah. Ronda calls Andrade fat, and Charlotte comes to the ring to slap her. Ever since SummerSlam, you have tried to use every trick in the book. You've tried everything. You attacked me and you tried to end my career. What else you got? I'll tell you. Absolutely nothing. How would you book Becky Bianca match? I'd have it hair versus hair. Hair versus hair would be good, yeah. I mean, they've it's done it. It's not gone that way. But the hair would be. I don't know if they're going to build to that. It's tricky though, isn't it? Because I don't think either woman wants to lose their hair. Certainly Bianca wouldn't. Here's Becky. Becky trying to sneak from behind. And Bianca driving her shoulder into Becky, pounding away. She went to get a chair, but Becky throws Bianca. So Becky getting in the ring with a chair, driving it into the midsection of Bianca. Over the back. I so prefer Bianca on the mic to Becky, said Fortnite. Bianca should turn heel. Was Bianca ever a heel in NXT? Oh, she's got some scissors. She won't do it. It's been teased. She picks her up. KOD. Look how appalled she is. She's just seen those scissors. I feel like that's going to take Bianca to like beast mode. Bianca's now going to go to a pretty dark place now. Don't even think about cutting off her hair. If they'd have done it, that would have been really shocking. If they'd have actually done it and gone through with it, it would have been really, really shocking. This is a really great example of where hair versus hair would be really shocking. See, she's got it now. I don't think... is she going to do it? I don't think she should do it. Is she cutting it? Damn. Damn, she is. She is, you know. Damn, I don't think she should have done that. I don't think she should have done that. I agree. I think hair versus hair is the way to go. They're not stopping her. She's only cutting the ends. Wow, though. This is a big moment. That's a big moment in the build. She could have took more off. Fair play though. They went there. I didn't think they would do it for Bianca. I didn't think she would cut it off for Becky, but she didn't take that much off. She sort of took off enough to make a statement, you know? I don't even know if... Yeah, she will. I was going to say, I don't even know if Becky would, like, really realise, but it is all over the ring. Oh, look, and it's still... clumps of it are still coming out. Becky's gone to beast mode now. Every time she does that, more comes out, but I think it's because it's extensions anyway. So, like, when she's, like, pulling it, like, it's... Because she was only cutting the ends. She was only cutting the ends. So why is, like, it all coming out in clumps? It's a good moment, though. It's a good moment. They went further than I was expecting. You deserve it is the chant. You deserve it is the chant. Love it, says Shakeem. Bianca the Barber Beefcake. Yeah! That's good. It's good. I didn't think they would do it. I think that, you see, I agree with Edward. Like, they should do hair versus hair, but Becky's going to lose, and Becky's going to have to be willing to, like, you know, have her head shaved. Which is why I was like, that's why I was saying, I don't think they should do this, because there's money in seeing that. There's money in that. You could, if you are going to cut someone's hair, do a hair versus hair match. Don't just do it on the go home. But she was only cutting bits off the end. Like, Becky doesn't look any different right now. So it hasn't... She's done enough. She's done enough for the go home, but she hasn't done enough to stop you wanting to see a hair versus hair or anything. So it was done very, very well. It was done very well. It's done very well. Bianca is slowly turning heel. Bianca standing tall before WrestleMania. That's usually a bad sign, said Big Time Baxter. That is true. That is true. The only thing I would say is there are some examples where that's happened and it's still gone a certain way. So it doesn't change my mind that Bianca's going to win. Unless Becky wins by DQ or something like that, and then we get the rematch and they do hair versus hair. I thought Becky was cutting Bianca's hair. Well, she went to, but she got KO'd. So she got laid out, and then that's when Bianca did it. Rice said that was a good segment. Here's Drew. WWE planted those "you deserve it" chants. Right, here's Drew. Do you think they'll ever turn Sasha's WrestleMania losing streak into a storyline? It seems like she could go through a character change and make it engaging. I don't know, to be honest. I think it's at a point right now where that's interesting, but you could make a story out of it, but I don't know if Vince is going to want that restriction. I think with Undertaker it was fine, because you could actually start booking with it in mind. I don't feel like he's really booking at the moment with that in mind. With Sasha's thing in mind. If he is going to start doing that, because I don't think up until this point he's been doing that. I don't get the feeling that any of her losses have been, oh, we can't have Sasha win. I think they could turn it into storyline. I don't think it has been yet. And if they do, then yeah, I think that would be great. It's an easy story to tell, innit? They haven't spoke about it. Her WrestleMania losses just hasn't been really a thing that we've seen on TV. So, yeah, it'd be great. I'd be down for it. But just no indication it's going that way yet. Who knows? She might get the win at the weekend and it might all be redundant. How long have we got? We got 48 minutes to go. 48 minutes to go. Did you see on Bottomania when they caught him breaking his sword after he slammed it down in front of him in an interview and he had to act like it didn't crack? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I don't watch Botchamania. I have nothing against Botchamania. It's not part of my regular. I don't seek it out. So I've not seen that interview. Did you hear the one guy started the chant and then 20 seconds later it hit the crowd? It was a plant, says Joshua. It could have been. Could have been. I mean, they sweeten the sound and everything. They pipe in noises and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, could have been. Who do you think gets the heel turn at Mania? Who turns heel? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know that I'm seeing anyone that's down to really turn heel. I mean, I don't know. Could Dominic turn on Rey? Could they lose and Dominic gets frustrated? He needs something to make him interesting. Could Bianca turn? People saying they'd like to see Bianca turn. I don't think they will. I don't think there's anyone that's really jumping out to me as like they're going to turn. Don't know if that's a story they're looking to tell. Did you see the Becky and Trish interaction in Toronto? No. I saw some stuff online, back and forth with her and I think Lita about Trish and whatnot. That was the other day, but I haven't seen anything interaction between them. Becky cuts her hair. Love it. It's obviously going to be Cody at WrestleMania. Days, you won the IC title in 2K22 and the Raw tag titles with AJ. It doesn't even surprise me, Eric. Doesn't even surprise me, mate. I deserve it. I deserve it. Nando said, I think if Becky wins, then Bianca snaps. Some of the crowd was still trying to chant Becky and squash the face in that exchange, said British Soundboard Pranks. Cody turns heel, says Joanne. I think you're right with being against WWE ending the brand split because seeing this Raw, there's a lack of structure. I don't know how I said I would book hair, and what happens and they tease it. Brantley Gilbert. Jesse James Decker. There we go. Jesse James Decker and I mean, it makes sense, don't it? They're both country music stars. So we're getting America the Beautiful twice. Brantley. What the hell is Brantley? I've never heard of Brantley. Brantley Gilbert and Jesse James Decker. I've never heard of these people, but I'm sure they're big in Texas. Maybe in the US. Maybe in the world. Here's Becky backstage. Where is she? Is that her locker room? Looks like a cell. Looks like she's being held in prison. Bianca. Says the B word. Oh dear. Oh dear. Here's Drew. Becky posted a pic of Trish attacking her in Toronto. Becky said it's because she's bigger in Toronto than Trish would be. Could be leading to Becky Trish at SummerSlam. I want BB Rexha. Oh, we all do. Oh, Boobs McGrew. That's all I remember from WrestleMania 37. I can't remember anything else apart from BB's boobs. I thought at one point my TV was 3D. Reggie said, sorry I'm late. Did we talk about Will Smith's heel turn? We sort of touched on it. I kind of got the vibe early on that I think people are burnt out from... I think it's been everywhere today. So I think people are kind of burnt out from it. But we did have it as the poll before we started. 65%, something like that, said he was wrong to do what he did, and about 35% said he was right to do what he did. But I have been seeing that on social media, that it's not all like one-sided. There seems to be people that are quite vocal on both sides. So yeah, it was an interesting one. I mean, talk about shocking moments. I was very lucky that I was awake when it happened. I wasn't watching it, but I mean, I saw it all just explode. Wrestler with Andy said, we need the woman that sang on NXT for the national anthem. Who? Poppy? Is it Poppy? Oh, God, that woman. Wasn't there a woman not that long ago? God, what was her name? Can't remember. She was just boobs as well, weren't she? She seemed to lack any kind of personality. I can't remember her name now. Didn't one of them have a crush on her as well, and it was all cringe? Yeah. I don't mind those country music stuff. I think it's a good idea. You're in Texas, aren't you? Do you know what I mean? I feel like Naomi has faded behind Sasha's shadow. I feel like a heel turn is needed for Naomi, said Big Time Baxter. Tomorrow on Web, Triple T might be upset that Licorice Pizza didn't win. Indeed. It's going to be nice, actually, tomorrow, because we've been doing quite a few weeks on the Wrestling Escape pod where we've been, like, just... I feel like running at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Like last week's show, obviously with Wrestle with Andy, which I hope you all enjoyed, was Carnage. And, you know, as I said, it felt like trying to get the video clips set up and all that kind of stuff was, like, and get everything fitted into an hour. Did definitely feel like we were, trying to run quite a bit, and like the week before where we had a lot of video clips as well. This week I think it's going to be a bit more chilled. We can just talk WrestleMania, talk whatever you want to talk, basically. So it's going to be good. 1, 2, 3, Claymore. So Drew beats Madcap And here's Corbin from behind. Only just joined. Were you angry before when Ricochet, who's a SmackDown star, for one, came over and got squashed by Theory? They don't care for the IC or US titles by the looks of it. I wasn't angry, no. People coming over from SmackDown tonight is fine because it's go home WrestleMania. I understand you've got to build WrestleMania. And if you've got 5 hours of TV, you might as well use it. So rather than just putting out nothing matches... To be honest, I think it's been better as a result. I think it's been better not having just nothing matches, but instead having a Roman segment, having, such and such, and having, people out there. The thing is, though, I think it's been better, but you can't do that every week. I think, as I said, you would get bored and you'd get burnt out. If you were seeing this same thing again and again and again, you've got to let the whole roster kind of shine, really. So for me, I think this show, I didn't have any expectations for it, but I think it's actually been all right. I've been quite entertained. As Go Home show goes, I think it's been great. As Go Homes go. So but Ricochet losing. I mean, look, he's not meant to really be on this show. He's on here and I don't mind. Having Austin Theory win, I think it's a bit of a surprise. But we know that we've got Ricochet defending the title on Friday, and I'd imagine that he'll win there. It's 50-50 booking, isn't it? Loses on Monday, wins on Friday. We've got Edge backstage in front of some scales. Thank God. Take that ridiculous sword. Ricochet versus Mansoor at WrestleMania. Yeah, where's he gone? Where's Mansoor gone? Did he get injured or something? What on earth does Becky do if she loses the title? Is there a chance WWE prolongs the title change and does DQ? Yeah. There's also a chance that she does lose it and then we just get a rematch. But with Bianca going in as champ. I could see there being a rematch. I don't know if they're doing WrestleMania Backlash or whatever it's going to be called. Edge is always a great promo, isn't he? So this should be good. I don't know what our main event is tonight. I like the fact that Edge is doing his this way and not in the ring. He's sat at a table with some scales in front of him. Old scales, not like, bathroom scales. Puts a ring on the scales. He laughs. The ring had a skull on. It's kind of moody. That was all right. There wasn't really much to that promo. Edge AJ is one of my dream matches. Did you mean Ollie J? Yeah. Boring. Arn said we need general managers for both brands like Paul Heyman and Eric Bischoff back in the day. That new look Edge is very interesting, says Delwyn. Yeah, I like it. It's very House of Black, says Jordan. Edge looks like a drug dealer from the 18th century. I have no idea what drug dealers from the 18th century look like. I presume that. I'll go with you on it. I don't get why so many people hate on the sword, says Larry. I think it's because if it was just a symbol, it would be fine. But he keeps threatening people with it, and there's no way that he's actually going to decapitate someone on TV. He's a face. He's Drew McIntyre. He's not a murderer. And so the fact that he keeps threatening people with it just looks a bit cringe. He just looks like a crazy old man. You know, get off my lawn! Comes running out with like an old vintage sword or something. Get off my lawn! He's not going to use it. But he's just trying to scare the kids away. Ah! Get off my lawn! I know where you live! It's like, jeez. You know, if he came down with, like, you know, a baseball bat or something that you was like, yeah, he could use that. You know, Triple H used to come down with a sledgehammer, and that was fine because he'd use it. He ain't using a sword. What he started to do, though, is he started to claymore people whilst holding it in his hand. Just for no reason whatsoever. I've seen him do some claymores where he holds the sword. Just looks really awkward. But as I said, you know, as an actual, like, symbol, I mean, it was all right. I wasn't crazy about it. I didn't think it added to him. I didn't think he needed it. But that was all right. But for me, it crossed the line once he started flipping, threatening to decapitate people. And you've got, was it like Shanky and, you know, Jinder running away because he's in the ring with a sword. This Raw has been great, says Darwin. This Raw sucks, says Shark. You need to see the Berserker attempt at attacking The Undertaker with his sword. He really meant it. Oh, I believe Berserker meant it. I believe Berserker meant it. Huss, huss. I mean, that's all he used to do. I don't remember him doing a promo. I remember him like, huss, 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 huss. He came across as unhinged. Drew doesn't. Drew's out there, you know, laughing, joking, cutting nice promos. So it doesn't really work for him. For Berserker, yeah, I could understand people like having taken a few steps back if he came in with the flipping sword. It'd be the same if like Kamala went in there with like some kind of, you know, swords. You'd probably think twice. Here's AJ. Manuel said, how excited are you for WrestleMania? Well, it's WrestleMania. I don't think the card's the worst I've seen. It's not the best I've seen, but it's not the worst I've seen. So I kind of feel about an 8. About an 8 out of 10. I think there's, you know, a few bits I'm not looking forward to, but as I said, there's probably about 5 matches, maybe 6, that I am looking forward to. So, yeah, I think about 8 out of 10. Here's AJ being interviewed backstage. We've got about half an hour to go. It's gone quite quick, this Raw. It's gone quite quick. Jay Styles. I'm going to give Edge the beating this Sunday that the WWE Universe will never forget. Here you go. Next SmackDown Superstar. It's Boogs. Boogs Nakamura. Boogs. Okay. Okay, so here's Shinsuke. Shinsuke making his way down. I don't know who he's facing now. Shinsuke and Boogs. Shinsuke should turn heel on this fool. I'm late coming into the chat. I don't know if it's mentioned. Did you see the Steiners being inducted? Yep. How do you feel about it? Much deserved. Much deserved, and the kind of people that you love to see go into a Hall of Fame. Like that. I mean, I think Undertaker, Vader, Steiners are great. Shad, great. Queen Shamel, don't. But, yeah, I mean, has anyone got a problem with that? I don't know that I've seen anyone go in. Oh, they shouldn't go in. It's just a no-brainer, isn't it? Great. What the Hall of Fame is built for is for people like the Steiners to go in and Vader to go in and Undertaker to go in. Taker got right back up, started walking towards him. He freaked out. I don't know what that is. I feel horrible. My video didn't get through. I can't do anything right. What do you mean? Adam said WWE NXT Premier Live event on May 8th. Hell in a Cell is June 5th in Chicago. Money in the Bank is July 2nd. SummerSlam, July 30th. Bobby versus Amos is one of the few matches I don't mind for Amos, because on paper, what a match. Monster versus Monster. Amos feels unstoppable. I think there will be destruction, barricades, and tables broken, says Harley. Usos. Is it not RK Bro? Did I miss something? I thought it was champions versus champions. Did I've missed some. Oh, hang on. Are they on commentary? Oh, okay. So Nakamura and Boogs are on commentary. Oh, Jesus. All them entrances just to put them on commentary. I was going to say, I've missed something here. Have they announced that RK Bro are ill or haven't made it to the show or something? I sent you a 4-second video of Berserker attacking Undertaker. Now that's what my Twitter is here for. Where did you send it? Oh, there. That's good. Don't know if I can show it. Look at that, him driving the sword into the ring. It's good, that is. I wouldn't mind if, well, I would. Because if Drew was to do that, you'd be like, what's he doing that for? He's a flipping face in 2022. Maybe in, 91 or whatever, you could have got away with, something like that. Different world. Over 30 years ago, it's a different world. We didn't know then, guys. We didn't know. We didn't know. Edge changed after Seth. Seth was changed by the Fiend. Fiend confirmed, says AEW fan. Surprised RK Bro are still a team, says Cliff Beavers. I found a great travel vlog when there's no football or wrestling days. He guests all over the show. Don't know what that means. This has got to be a record for how many people are on commentary. 6? I'm sure 6 has been beaten. I'm sure someone can find a picture of, I don't know, some faction that jumped onto commentary along with the other commentators. Maybe we've had 7, 8. 6 is very, very high though. Off the top of my head, I couldn't beat 6, but I reckon if you set the challenge out there, people would find examples of more. Do you think they could do Becky beats Belair and Ronda beats Flair and Becky and Ronda on night 2? No. Could they do it? They could. 'Cause there's nothing physically stopping them. But they're not doing it. because it's not been announced. And I don't think Ronda would want to do 2 nights, both nights. It's probably, enough work her getting ready for that one match. Got to remember, she ain't been around, has she, for a long time? So she's not, she's probably putting a lot of work into making that match against Charlotte look good. So then having to worry about making a match against Becky look good the next night as well. Or Bianca or whoever. So it's probably not in Ronda's benefit to do that. Did you hear that Canada is in the finals? I did, yeah. Great. And I saw that the USA are doing well. So that means that the World Cup this year could have Canada, USA, and England. Which, is that just not amazing for our community? I couldn't have asked for anything better. So excited about that. So, yeah, World Cup. We're all over that. All over it. So excited for the World Cup. I am going to try and do... Well, I need to have a look. I don't know what time things are on, but I want to try and do everything. We did every Euros game. I want to try and do every... I think we looked, and they don't clash with anything. There's obviously no Premier League football. I don't think the games are on at the same time as, like, Raw or anything like that. So I'm going to try and do absolutely every game. So we'll be doing Canada, we'll be doing USA, we'll be doing England, all over the World Cup. But that'll be on football days. That won't be on this channel. That'll be on the other channel, football days. So if you are new to this channel, hit the subscribe. We're here for WrestleMania. I probably should have mentioned that before. We are doing the WrestleMania watch-along, and we'll start early as well. We'll be starting before the 2-hour kickoff show. So, yeah, we'll be all over WrestleMania on both days and stand and deliver. It's such a busy weekend. Might as well just stream for flipping 48 hours. So if WWE are live this weekend, we're live, and we'll be live even before that. So, right, 20 odd minutes to go. Last time Canada was in the World Cup was 86. They lost all 3 games, and Jean-Pierre Papin scored in one of the games. Well, they might not do that great this time around. I can't say they're going to be one of the favourites to get out the group stages, but it doesn't matter. Who knows? Anything can happen at a World Cup. Right, we've got Usos in the ring. We're still waiting for RK Bro to come out. I'm guessing this is our main event. Champions versus champions. So here's RK Bro. Bobby with no MVP. Thoughts? Don't know where he is. Maybe ill. When the World Cup comes, I will be your resident expert and stats guy. What I don't know now, I will learn. Shout out to you, buds. It's going to be great. Really looking forward to that. Obviously, we've got a lot to go before then, but yeah. That is one of the things this show I'm most looking forward to. Hopefully, we can just keep growing that football channel, because I'd love to have, like, so many people, like, joining us for those games. And I always find the more people that join you, the more exciting it is, like when the chat's on fire and everyone's sharing their thoughts and everything. That's why I really love these streams, because we always have great number of people joining us and sharing their thoughts. And, we don't always agree on every point, and that's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. And it's kind of can lead to some very, very interesting conversations that we have. So it's great. And we tried to do that on the football channel as well. But it's still in the early stages. It's only been around, September, October. So, yeah, hopefully we'll be somewhere tasty by the time we get to the World Cup. No, Cody T's time to panic, says AEW fam. Will there be time for Seth to talk about his WrestleMania opponent in the ring tonight? I'm not expecting that. The first graphic had MVP on, but the second one didn't. I think Gable Steveson will face Seth, not Cody. Okay. I mean, there's no rumors of that. So that would be very, very surprising if that was the case. Lister Jericho said, I thought Ronda was wrestling tonight. No. I'm looking forward to seeing Canada. I might even get one of their shirts. They've got Alphonso Davis and Jonathan Davids. Yes. Yeah, they got some good players. Usos rolling out the ring. Out come Randy and Riddle. Bloodline laid out on the table as we go to commercial break. It's a bit early to this commercial break, isn't it? Unless we're going to go to another one when we get to like 48 minutes. But normally about 47, 48, we go to a commercial break. Who will appear on Dynamite? Mia Yim, Ember Moon, Tegan Nox, or Toni Storm? My first thought was Ember Moon, but then people said, what about Mia Yim? And that makes more sense. If you sign Keith Lee, it makes perfect sense that you sign Mia Yim. So I'll go Mia Yim. Big Boss Man had a nightstick. Mountie had a taser. Hercules had metal chains. Duggan had a 2x4. 3 managers had canes. Jimmy Hart had a bullhorn. Jake Roberts had a defanged cobra. Where are we going? Are we talking about Drew and his swords? I mean, I don't know if that's what we're talking about. If we are talking about that, my first reaction would be everyone you just named are from the early 90s, and that was 30 years ago. So this is a very different time. The other thing is that I think pretty much all of those you could class as weapons, like that people would use. Like a nightstick's just a stick. That's fine. Mountie had a taser. Like, that's fine. Like, how are you going to use a sword that's not going to result in some serious damage? Like a nightstick, you can just bash people with. Taser, you can give them a shock. The snake was always teased about biting someone, but it was just put on them. Apart from once that I know of, which was Macho. But, I mean, that was such a shocking moment. That's one of the most shocking moments in wrestling history. But, like, I feel a sword is very different. Like, you can't really use a sword without causing some significant damage. But, I mean, like, canes are just like, it's just sticks, aren't they? Cane's a stick, a nightstick's a stick. But a sword, like, you can't hit someone. You can hit someone with a cane, and you can't just hit someone with a sword. That's why, to me, the sword's, it's all right to use as a symbol, as a mascot. But seeing him waving it around and scaring people with it is just a bit cringe. Impact has done murder on their shows. Well, never again ask me why I don't watch Impact. Because you've got your answer right there. The sword is powerful. It inflicts fear. I mean, I feel like we're just going to keep going around in circles. I don't. Again, we don't have to agree on everything. It's fine. I can completely understand why people want to see the sword go. I think if he was to just carry it to the ring and then put it away, that would be fine. And that's fine to use it as a symbol of power, symbol of kind of being a warrior. But again, for me, the line gets crossed when he's using it. That's when for me I'm like, this is silly. So I can understand why people are like, get rid of the sword. Or at the very least, don't swing it around and, like, pretend that you're going to decapitate someone. Kicks coming in by Riddle. Where are we? We've got 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes to go. Picking up one of the Usos. Can't see which one. I always tell by the tattoos. Riddle is driven back in the corner. Big forearm strike. Usos working well together. WWE did a murder angle with McMahon, so saying that's why you don't watch Impact makes you a hypocrite. What murder angle? The one where they blew up the car? That never actually paid off, or we never got an answer as to what happened with that. I mean, it doesn't make me a hypocrite at all, because as we said, that angle got dropped. Didn't it get dropped because of Benoit? So we don't actually know how it was going to play out or what was going to happen with it. I mean, there's rumours that they were going to look to have Mr. Kennedy involved, but then I heard that they were also going to make out that Vince was still around. So, listen, there's lots of stuff that WWE has done that I don't agree with. So, you know, I'm not going to sit here and defend WWE against, okay, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? Because I agree. There's lots of stuff WWE has done that I don't agree with. But Impact is a company that has had a lot of bad moments. Certainly when it was TNA. And so, you know, I've never got on board with Impact. I've never watched Impact. Impact's never done anything for me. I've never tried to get into it. And so to find out that they've done like murder angles and everything, well, I mean, that's, yeah, well, I'm out. It'd be the other way around. If I'd never got into WWE and someone went, oh, did you know they burnt someone alive in the ring? Did you know that they, I don't know, did Katie Vick thing? Like, if you would go down a list of the stupid stuff that WWE has done, then I would have said the exact same thing. To be fair, you can't really hit someone with a sledgehammer. Triple H made it work. Maybe using a sword in a different way is possible. Maybe you could jab them with the handle or something. I mean, you can't hit someone with a sledgehammer by swinging it at them, but you can hold the end and drive it into them, which is how Triple H tended to use it. I certainly don't think there's... Unless you use the flat of the blade, not the side, but the flat of the blade, and like spank them with it or something. You've been naughty. Which I just don't think would look great. Yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting that there's people out there that are full-throatedly trying to stand up for, or genuinely are standing up for, the sword. For me, it's cringe, and he should get rid of it. I think since he brought it in, my interest in him, coincidentally, I'm not blaming the sword exclusively, but coincidentally, my interest in Drew has diminished. I thought that he was kind of getting somewhere when he was the champ, but then since he lost the title, and then like the sword kind of came in around the same time, my interest in him's just really gone. Riddle thrown into the timekeeper's area as we go to commercial break. It was just to write Ali, the bunny, out of the company when her contract ended and joined AEW, says James. Commercial break. What do you think about Becky's new haircut? It looks the same, to be honest. It looks the same. She only took bits off the end. It's one of those that's gonna, be a nice moment for a video package. It's gonna look good. I should imagine the YouTube video will do well. It's a great title in it. Bianca chops off Becky's hair. the truth, if you watch the segment, is she's cutting like the ends. She takes a bit off, in all fairness. I mean, I think they might be hair extensions anyway, so she could just maybe take them out, put some fresh ones in. I don't really know how hair extensions work. I don't know how easy it is to do that, but I'd imagine, I mean, like, seeing her after, she looked the same. It's not like it was a... Do you know what I mean? For anyone that never saw it, that might be like, oh my God, she cut her hair. It's like, yeah, but don't get too excited. She still looked the same. It was done really well, though. I'm not knocking it. It was done really well, because as I said, I think there's if you're going to do it, there's money to be had in a hair versus hair match. There's definitely money to be had there. So they took enough off to make it interesting, but they didn't take enough off whereby you were like, well, I don't need to see a hair versus hair match now. Could you imagine if she'd, like, shaved her then? Like, took her hair off, like... There wouldn't be much intrigue in a hair versus hair match other than will Bianca lose her hair, which I don't think she would. I don't think she'd be willing to lose her hair. Her hair is such a big part of her identity. You know, it's part of her entrance and everything. Like, her hair is a big deal. The hair whip, you know, she skips down, swinging it around. So if that was to be, like, taken away, it'd be drastic. It'd be a big deal. They snap on like Lego pieces. Is that how it is? Do they? I don't know. I mean, it won't surprise you to find out. I don't know. It should be easy enough then. It's right that she's making out it's her hair. Everything's been done right. But she should be able to, you know, just put some new hair extensions in. I think, to be honest, it's been done more for, you know, a visual. And as I said, you know, great YouTube title. Bianca chops off Becky Lynch's hair. I mean, it's clicks galore, isn't it? Bianca's going to go bold. Just joking, but a hair versus hair match would be awesome between those two. Would be good. Surely there's more after this match, says Primo. There's Alpha Academy, their Snickers advert. Loved Edge's reference to the Judgment Day poster. Oh, yeah, I see that. I guess Vince said Cody, Seth, American Nightmare watched new UK wrestling comedy on ITV2 tonight. Oh, is that new comedy on tonight? That's good. Now that it's almost WrestleMania time and we've seen all the feuds build up, do you think the Rumble winners this year were good choices? Not particularly, because I think what we did was we made the Rumble irrelevant. So, like, Brock winning meant, like, that he got to still face Roman, even though he lost the title. He got to face Roman, and then he went and won. Didn't he win the title at Elimination Chamber as well? So I suppose he had to win the Rumble to face Roman. If he'd have just won Elimination Chamber, then he would only have got the belt. He wouldn't have been able to have faced Roman. Ronda, I feel like Ronda would have got a title match anyway. So Ronda winning felt a bit... It feels a bit of a waste. I think Brock and Ronda are just like two people that are going to be in a main event anyway. I always like it when the Rumble winner is someone that kind of gets elevated a little bit. Like when Nakamura won. Brilliant. Nakamura's not someone that's going to be around that main event picture. So Nakamura winning was good. Asuka winning. She's not guaranteed to be around the main event. You know, not when you've got Sasha, Bianca, well, Bianca wasn't around, but Sasha, Becky, Charlotte, Bayley. You know, you got loads of women competing. So Asuka winning that meant that she was in the main event. Kind of, I think it would have been fun if it had been, you know, someone else. But I suppose looking at the card, who else could it have been? Couldn't have been anyone but Brock, really. It's the way they had to go. The only thing you could have done is had someone win and then had them lose it further down the road, but that would have been rubbish as well. I think they did what they had to do. But it does feel a bit of a year where maybe the Rumble and the Elimination Chamber kind of got sacrificed just so that we could get Brock Roman, which is what was rumoured. It'd been long rumoured. It's what was long expected. It kind of felt like since last year, we knew we were getting Brock versus Roman. Brock versus Roman has been set in stone for a long time. So the fact we sacrificed the Rumble and we sacrificed Elimination Chamber just to get the match that we knew that we were going to get anyway is why I'm saying that it was like felt a bit of a sacrifice. But on reflection, I mean, what else could you have done? What else could you have done? That's the match we were getting. That's the match we've got. But I just didn't think we needed it title versus title and whatever. Street Profits have interfered. RKO on the Street Profits. Randy and Riddle kicking out one of the Street Profits from the ring. Randy picks up Riddle. Okay, we're seeing Montez fall down. That we really didn't want again. I would have liked Austin Theory winning the Rumble and Seth in WrestleMania as champion. Would have been good. One more time is the chant from the fans. Here we go. And another RKO. Now Riddle's going to do it. Is it a case that they've got time to kill? Is that what this is? Kind of feels like we played the music, everything's good, but I don't know. Have we gone a bit early, and they're having to now just like hit RKOs to? Randy's done another one. Riddle's done another one. I feel like that might be a bit of like time killing. I tweeted you some about Rock Roman. Go look. All right, WrestleMania. I don't know what that is. It's a video that's not The Rock or Roman. Do you enjoy a good nutter butter? I don't know what that is. It was a dark main event for the crowds. Right, we're just going through the WrestleMania cards. Tahil said it's a lame go home. Right, well, let's have a look and get the poll up, shall we? See what people think about this go home. What do you think about this week's Raw? 8 to 10, 7 to 7, 5. There we go. I said I didn't mind them being heel about 2 weeks ago in that segment they had. I knew they'd turn eventually. What is the temperature where you are? It's very cold here. It's 26 degrees. I have no idea. I'm downstairs. So I don't know. Telford's temperature. It is 42 Fahrenheit, 6 degrees Celsius right now. 42 and 6. What was you? You're, what, 20? Did you say 26? It's cold. Seven. Who won the main event? Not the fans. Dang, no Finn tonight. No Finn. Street Profits should be managed by MVP. I would love that. That's a great shout. Jeddah, shout out to you. In AEW, Abaddon ripped someone's flesh by biting. Maybe why we never saw her again. Maybe. Didn't she get an injury? I don't know. Kind of feels like that gimmick was limited. I think it was over with some, but I don't know that she was really getting, like, you know, much buzz. I feel like some were really into it, but I don't know if it was kind of fitting the tone of the show. AEW have sort of tried to stay away from that kind of stuff. I mean, not all the time, but she doesn't really fit the tone of the show. I mean, I suppose you do have the House of Black, but the House of Black aren't really doing Abaddon stuff. So I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for her. I don't know where she is, what she's doing. I ain't got a clue. I haven't seen her in a long time. I think she was injured, but when she's coming back, I'm not sure. It's a sandwich like an Oreo, and inside there's peanut butter, and it's shaped like a peanut, and it's made of peanuts. I don't even know if we're getting that, by the way. I don't know if we're getting that. I don't know if that's something we have in the UK. I've never had it. Tahil said she just wasn't very good at wrestling. That'll do it. Austin said House of Black is kind of boring to me. Hello, Austin. 10 out of 10 says End of Days. From what I understand, Abaddon has been trying to get into shape. Whoever says MVP should manage Street Profits, WWE is actively hiring NXT writers. Will we see Chris Rock versus Will Smith at WrestleMania? I hope so. Lucas says, I'm afraid we won't get one world title. They're keeping both belts, which is terrible. Tyler said, do you think Roman's rivalry with Brock is his best during this title run? For me, it's still his feud with Kevin Owens. Oh, the Kevin Owens feud was very good, but I'd probably go with the Brock one. Only because we've had Paul Heyman going back and forth between the two. But the Owens was excellent. I mean, didn't he have a ladder match with Owens at the end of 2020 that was really flipping good? And then we got the Last Man Standing at the Rumble, which was enjoyable. So it was an excellent feud. It was great. But I think the Brock stuff, with Brock being, you know, the cowboy and all that kind of stuff, big smile on his face, you know, and Paul Heyman going back and forth, and him being cheated out of his belt, winning it back. I feel like there's a lot to this one. This has been a bigger build. But it's an excellent point because the Kevin Owens one was great. Tony admitted in a recent interview he watches some of the matches of released talent, see if he's interested. Someone like Tegan has got a long list of injuries. She does. Mark said, Days 10 out of 10, Wrestle freaking Mania. Did tonight's show raise your excitement for Mania? No. I think I was about an 8 going into it, and I'm about an 8 now. The only thing I would say is that having Sin, Amos, and Bobby just having a little moment together, I'm a bit more into that than I was before. I enjoyed the Roman promo. I thought that was great. I suppose Bianca cutting Becky's hair has added a bit of fuel to that. Maybe I moved from like a 7.75 to an 8. If it did, it would be marginal. I feel like I was about an 8 going into it. Maybe I was a 7.75. Maybe I'm an 8 now. Maybe it has a little. There's a couple of little things there that I think you can take from this show. As go-homes go, honestly, not bad. As go-homes go. I had no expectations going into this. Next week, my expectations are going to be insane. My expectations for next week's Raw are going to be through the flipping roof. Because, that's huge. That's the Raw after WrestleMania, the first one in a couple of years that we're getting a proper, passionate crowd. There needs to be moments. There needs to be surprises. There's gonna be. Because if Cody is at WrestleMania, then you've got to think that Raw is when we're going to first hear from him. So next week's Raw might be the first time we hear from Cody. That's going to be big. Cody speaks on Raw for the first time next week. That's going to be great. And NXT call-ups and potential returns. So, no, look, my expectations for this were nothing. If this show had been awful, I wouldn't care. Let's go home. I ain't bothered. It's WrestleMania week. I ain't bothered. If SmackDown's awful, I don't care. Right? It's WrestleMania week, so that's fine. It's all fine. But I actually thought they did a decent job. But next week... WWE has released over 85 wrestlers in 2021, and barely 7 of them went to Impact. Why are they so alienated? Are they hoping for jobs with Tony by waiting for a call? I just don't think that there's, I don't think Impact can bring in that many people. I don't know that Tony can bring in that many people. I don't even know if they'd want to bring in that many people. Like, of the 80 odds, how many are actually going to bring value to your company for you to actually spend? I mean, we've been saying about how it's hard to fit everyone on TV as it is in AEW. So, and I'd imagine the same's probably about the same in Impact. So, yeah, difficult. You just can't bring everyone in. So I don't know that they're waiting for that call. Who knows? Some will sadly leave wrestling. Some will sadly leave wrestling. For some, it's WWE or nothing. At least now with AEW, there is a good alternative that's got good exposure. It's on a good channel. It's got a buzz around it. It's got some momentum. Like, that's a positive. But only so many can go there. And only so many can go to Impact. And only so many would be able to go to NXT or MLW or New Japan or blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the industry just can't swallow up 80 releases. So, I think Cody will be good on Friday, said Shaquem. Carmen Live said, are you excited for WrestleMania this weekend? Yep, going to be awesome. I give Raw an 8, says Carmen Live. Do you think Brock Roman feud will end at Mania? Tricky. That's tricky. I feel like yes. I feel like it's going to be hard to continue it after. I think people are a bit burnt out. I think you're putting all your eggs into this basket. Both the belts, main event, the biggest main event of all time. Like, you couldn't make this any bigger. They've done everything they can. I mean, for me, it's not the biggest main event of all time, but it's a big main event. It is a big main event. We've had years where the main event's been a bit underwhelming. Dare I say, WrestleMania 34 when it was Brock Roman was a bit underwhelming because Roman was the face and Brock was the heel. And we'd seen it before, and it was all a bit bland. At least this time, it's got a bit more intrigue. Both the belts are involved. They've done an all right job with building it. How are you going to go past this? I mean, the only way past this would be... I don't even know if a cage match would be good enough, or a Hell in a Cell. I mean, maybe a Hell in a Cell. Maybe. WrestleMania Backlash, Hell in a Cell. Say it is absolutely the final time. But I don't think it will. I think this has got to be it. I don't really want to see it go on beyond this. I think this is it. It's all or nothing. It's all at WrestleMania. Now or never. Do or die. Do you think Cody will face Rollins at Mania? Yes. I don't hope too much for surprises for the Raw after Mania. It's not like AEW. They give us what we want, like Cole and Danielson in one night says on. I think you're wrong. I think that Raw after WrestleMania historically has been an excellent show. I don't think like it's right to say, oh, it's WWE, they're going to let you down. Because I think there's a reason why people get really excited about Raws after WrestleMania. And that's because they've normally been great shows. I mean, do you remember when Paige got called up and beat AJ? I mean, we weren't sure if Paige was going to come up because she was still the women's NXT champion at the time. But they called her up. She came down. She was like, I just want to say well done. And AJ was like, don't patronize me. Don't come into my ring. In fact, let me teach you a lesson. Let's have a match. I'll even put my title on the line. And Paige flipping won it and became like the diva. That was on a Raw after WrestleMania. It was a great moment. Not only did we get a surprise, we got a massive title change. And Dolph Ziggler cashing in. That was really cool. Dolph Ziggler cashing in on Alberto Del Rio. Didn't Brock come back the next night after WrestleMania 29? And the crowd were chanting for Brock, and his music hit, and Brock comes down and beats up Cena. I'm sure that was on a Raw after WrestleMania. So I think that there will be call-ups. I think there will be surprises. I know they are selling the tickets for the Raw after WrestleMania with that kind of the biggest Raw of the year tagline. And we haven't had one for a few years, so I've got high hopes for this year. I think it's going to be good. I've got high hopes for it. Raw after Mania will be historic. Via is there. That's true. We're going to get Via. So we're guaranteed Via next week. And, if Cody is at Mania, and he is, then you got to think next week we're going to hear him talk as well. And that'll be massive. So even if it's not like surprises, I mean, I think there will be. I think there'll be NXT call-ups. But even if there isn't, next week's Raw is going to be huge anyway. All the fallout and the Cody promo and Via's arrival, it'll be great. The Enzo and Big Cass debut was fun. That was fun. I remember that. That was fun. Was I'm going to say no. In my head, I was like, was Balor? But I think Balor was a draft, wasn't he? I think he got drafted and got brought up that way. So I don't think he was. Who do you think is next for Roman after Mania? I think Backlash, they'll do Bobby and then Brock one last time. I think it'll be Drew. I think Drew is the obvious other big star that's on SmackDown, and they've not done that feud yet. Drew's just been like bobbing along. So I have to think that the Drew feud is coming. I have to think it's coming. I hope Via never makes it to Raw. Let's see how long we can keep this going. Alexa Bliss Gamer said, I can't wait to see Alexa Bliss next week. That's true. She should be around next week. They've got to have something for her. We've got to get Bayley and Asuka back at some point. Dave, someone said, what if Seth's opponent is Gable Steveson? They did say that. I mean, all the reports have been for weeks now, Seth Cody, and we've been waiting for Cody to arrive on Raw, and he hasn't. But finally, we get some movement where at least now we know it's a mystery person at WrestleMania. It's Seth Cody. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Gable Steveson, I'm a big fan, but I can't see him getting into the ring and facing Seth. Not when all this time it's been Seth Cody. We didn't even know who Seth was facing at WrestleMania. And then weeks and weeks, maybe even months, we found out it was Cody. So we've just been waiting for it to go that way. And it has. I mean, here we are. I mean, it's Seth against the mystery person. That mystery person is going to be Cody. So I wouldn't get your hopes up that it's going to be someone different. I think it just seems painfully obvious where we're going. But that's fine. I mean, it's fine. It's going to be an incredible moment. It's going to be a WrestleMania moment when his music hits. And, what music will it be? We don't quite know. Will it be the same music he has in AEW? We don't quite know. But it's going to be insane. It's going to be a lot of fun. Just fantasy booking, says Philip. But if Vince and Tony were to work together, would it move the needle to higher ratings? It would move the needle to higher ratings for AEW. I think that WWE would get a little bump, but it wouldn't sustain. But they'd get a little bump, as maybe some of those AEW fans that don't watch WWE would tune in to see how it was all playing out. You might even be able to catch some wide stream attention, maybe attract a few casuals. Certainly if you could advertise like Jericho coming back. I think Jericho being back in WWE would get some people's attention. But I don't think that it would move the needle drastically. I don't think that it would stay. We've seen before. I mean, look, CM Punk's come in to AEW. Needle went up, went straight back down again. So I think, in the world of wrestling, what seems to be selling at the moment is moments and surprises and that kind of first reaction, if you will. Anything after that is like diminishing returns to a degree. So I think that there would be a bump. I think it would settle back down. It might settle slightly above where we are now, but I don't think it would be much. But it would be huge for AEW if you was to start putting WWE superstars on AEW, like Seth and Roman. I think that would see a big swing for them. But then they're about 1 million. So, SmackDown gets 2.2. So, it'd be massive for AEW, but I don't think it'd be that big for WWE. Steven said, "Are you watching Evil on USA?" No, I'm not. I don't think I have access to it. I mean, I'm in the UK, so I don't actually know where it's shown here. I'd probably have to go on to Watch Wrestling to find it. I've heard that it's meant to be good. I like the Randy Orton clip. I mean, Randy Orton talking about how he gets into character, I think is very interesting. It's very method. It's very Stanislavski. It's very getting into the zone. He talks about how he tips his head down, not all the time, but sometimes lets the blood go to his head and kind of, hits himself on his head and rolls himself up and gets himself into a certain mindset that allows him to then go out there and perform. I don't know how often he's done that. Maybe if he just feels like he needs that edge, then, it's kind of interesting listening to him say that. But, yeah, it's meant to be very good. It's meant to be a very, very good, interesting behind-the-scenes look at the heels. I did see the list of heels, though. I must admit, each episode's done on someone different. And I did look at that list, and it was a bit modern for me. I wanted to know about the Iron Sheik and Sergeant Slaughter. And I wanted to know about some of those, heels from the past. Hard to do because, Iron Sheik's, I doubt, in a very good way. I think Iron Sheik's not great health-wise, so an interview with him, I mean, he's hard to understand at the best of times. So if he's in bad health, it might be even harder. But I kind of feel like you could have like old footage of Iron Sheik talking. I don't know if there's got to be some out there, or see what you could get. I just think, like, if we're talking about heels, like, I feel like they're doing The Miz, and they're doing Randy, and they're doing Sasha, and they're doing... I can't remember. I saw the list of episodes, and I remember looking. I mean, like, the program looks fine. I just would have liked some heels from the past. I would have liked, you know, Sheik in particular. Roddy Piper would have been great, but, of course, he's no longer with us, so... a bit hard to get footage together, but I suppose you could have people talking about him and talking about what made him such a great heel. Jake the Snake as well. Do you know what I mean? I feel like with Jake's promos and the fact that he talks slow and methodical was kind of a really big thing. So, I don't know. It'd be interesting. I mean, like, what can The Miz tell us about being a heel? I'm sure he can. He's a great promo, and he knows how to get under people's skin, but I don't know. Are we going to learn anything like really in depth or mind blowing from The Miz compared to the Iron Sheik or Roddy Piper or Jake the Snake? Do you know what I mean? Like, I think I would have just liked a bit more variety on like some of the older heels, but they're not around. Do you know what I mean? Like, or they're in bad health, and it's going to be hard to get information out of them. Do you know what I mean? I must admit, you know, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking, damn, I wish they'd done this show 10 years ago. If they'd have done this show 10 years ago, could have been amazing, because you would have had them in better health, and you would have had more classic heels to choose from. I think Hogan. I don't know if there's one on Hogan. I don't think there is. But I mean, like, Hogan was like the ultimate babyface and then turned heel. I kind of feel like, you know, he could give an interesting insight to what was it like going from such an intense babyface to such a hated heel. Could have been interesting. Randy went AWOL after the boot camp before joining WWE, so he spent 45 days in jail, says Sean. What do you think about the Steiners entering the Hall of Fame? Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I spoke about it a couple of times. I think it's great. I think it's exactly what you want a Hall of Fame for. It's what a Hall of Fame's for, is for the Steiners. You put the Steiners in, you put the Road Warriors in, you put Undertaker in, you put Vader in. Like, these are names that a Hall of Fame is meant for. So, it's great. I have not seen anyone that has said the Steiners should not be going in. I'm sure there's someone on Twitter somewhere. I haven't seen them. Darkseid does documentaries about deceased wrestlers by having related people to the talking. I don't think WWE would be limited on current heels. Yeah, I mean, that'd be good. They could get family in to talk on their behalf. And I'm sure there's old stock footage. It would just be interesting to know how heels have changed over the years as well. But, I mean, look, honestly, how in depth do WWE want to go? I mean, this is it's a program for people to watch and just enjoy. Do you know what I mean? Like, it gives you a bit behind the scenes, but I'm someone that always likes to learn a bit about the history, and I would love to, you know, I mean, it'd be great if WWE did it, dare I say, properly, but take us back to who were the first heels? Who were the first heels? Yeah, let's go back. They're sat on a mountain of footage. So who were the first heels? What were their gimmicks? Who were, you know, can we speak to any relatives of them? Could rather than doing an episode on a different heel, could we have gone by time and done like an episode on 60s, 70s, then done an episode on 80s, then done an episode on the 90s, and then done an episode on the 2000s, and then done an episode on the modern day? You know, could we have done something like that? The only problem you've got is, would kids be interested in heels from the 60s and 70s? I would. I'd flipping love it. I think it'd be fascinating. to see, who was Bruno facing? Bruno was the ultimate babyface. Everyone loved Bruno, and they had to keep fighting. I mean, like Ivan Koloff, the Russian bear. Like, they had to go and find heels for Bruno to be beaten. Larry Zbyszko, and what happened there. There was loads of great heels. I think Gorilla Monsoon might have been a heel as well, but difficult because you're not going to get those wrestlers talking, so it makes it hard to put that show together. So I get it. What I want, what I would like to see, compared to what is maybe more marketable, and is going to drive more, views. Are probably different things. I mean, you do an episode on Sasha Banks, great. You do an episode on The Miz, great. Do an episode on Randy Orton, yeah, cool. Like, you're going to get views. They're all modern stars. Kids are going to tune in. Adults going to tune in. It's going to tick the boxes for everyone. If you did one on, like, 70s and 80s, or 60s and 70s, that's going to have a much more limited appeal. So I totally get it. Totally get it as to why they're doing it that way. But that would just be something that I would have liked to have seen. Who knows? Maybe they'll do a DVD one day. They did one about the WWE Championship where they went back. And they did one on the World's Heavyweight Championship where they went back and they followed the lineage. So maybe one day they'll do one on heels where they go back and kind of go through, timelines. But I just think it'd be really interesting to, like, any light that can be shone on 60s in particular, I think is really interesting, because that is WWE. Like, that is, well, maybe not those letters, but it is the same company. And, that lineage is still counted. I know, like, it's a long time ago, but they still talk about Bruno, and they still talk about his title reign, and they still talk about Fabulous Moolah and her 20-odd year title reign. Well, they still recognize the 60s. And there's just not loads of stuff that we see from the 60s. It's like, honestly, from that period, they talk about Bruno, and that's it. That's it. They don't really talk about anyone else, but it'd be really interesting if they did. It'd be really interesting to find out more about... I'd love it. Do you know what? Now I'm thinking about it, I'd love a flipping documentary from WWE just on that, on the 60s. I'd love to just find out more about that period, because you can go on the network and find stuff, but it is all quite limited. There's not like loads and loads of stuff. As you can imagine, they weren't doing pay-per-views. I mean, it was all house shows. They would kind of go into Madison Square Garden once a month, and Bruno would main event, and, then they would go around the New York, New England area, whatever it's called, Boston. They would do that. They would do Washington. They would do I don't know if they went to Chicago. They might have, but kind of that northeast. They would do the northeast area, New York being home. So yeah, that'd be really interesting to kind of shine a light on that. I think I just want a different documentary to the one they're making. Days, do you think WWE could pull a swerve like AEW, where we expected Bryan Danielson, but they brought out Adam Cole, bring someone back that we're not expecting before Cody? Yeah, they could bring back Elias or do something like that. We were talking about that earlier, where John Cena called out The Undertaker, and then Undertaker's music hit, but it was Elias that came down. So, yeah, they could absolutely do that. They didn't do that really with the tag match at 33. That was different, though, because we didn't even know there was another team that was in that match. I think it was a triple threat match. And then the New Day came out and said, we've just heard this has been made into a fatal four-way. So there's one more team to be added, but who is it? And then, so there wasn't really a need to tease someone else because you didn't go in expecting anyone anyway. So you don't need to swerve because that is already a swerve. So, yeah, we are going in with it being a mystery person. Who's it going to be? So there could be a swerve in there, which would be someone like Elias. So yeah, could be, is the answer. Elias comes down. Everyone's like, oh, I thought it was going to be Cody. Everyone's like, Elias. He comes down to the ring, gets beaten up very quickly by Seth. Seth just laughs and goes, that's not good enough, kind of a thing. Looks back up the ramp and calls someone else down. And Adam Pearce could come out and say, we have got one more lined up. And yeah, then you do it. So yeah, you could. You absolutely could. They do have a Hogan episode. Do they? Have they got a Hogan episode? Fair play. Fair play. I looked at the list of episodes and I don't remember seeing Hogan. So fair play. I take that one back then. I would still love more of that type of thing, but I would watch that Hogan one. I'd be really interested in that Hogan one. I don't actually know like how open he was to doing it. Like how much he was open to turning heel. I'd be really interesting. I would watch that. Do you think WWE casuals are aware where Daniel Bryan, Ruby Riott, Aleister Black, Adam Cole are? Do they notice the mass releases? It's very hard to comment, isn't it? Because I can't really get into the mindset of a casual, although I was a bit of a casual for a while. So when I was at work, it was very, very difficult to watch Raw all the time. I mean, I was watching shows, but I wasn't able to tune in every week. But because I wasn't able to tune in every week, it made me look for results online, watch reaction videos on YouTube. And, I used to watch like Bruce Blitz. I don't know if you ever saw him. He was very much the JD from New York of his day. So he was very critical of WWE. Really hated John Cena. Like, would go off on rants for ages about John Cena. But he was quite popular. The thing was, though, he got big to the point that he decided that he was going to leave YouTube and start his own network, right? Grand vision. So he ended up leaving YouTube, starting his own network, and I think that was such a mistake. Because, I mean, you had to subscribe to his network, and I enjoyed his content, but I wasn't, like, going to be signing up for, like, a Patreon thing and all this kind of stuff. So I just had to find other ways of kind of keeping up to date with stuff. And as I said, I'd be watching the shows, but I just wasn't able to watch them all every week. So, I'd be kind of getting his reaction on stuff. Just like I would imagine a lot of people do with like JD from New York, where they don't watch the shows themselves, but they just tune into JD, see what JD's got to say, and see him ranting, and just get what they need from that. There's a lot of casuals that have that mentality that this product is not as good as it used to be. I mean, that is a very, very kind of widely shared opinion. Right? I'm not even sure many of us would disagree that the product is not as strong as it was. So where you've got people that are saying exactly that and standing up for that point, that really does resonate with people out there there's a lot of people that I think want to like this product but can't like this product because they watch it and they see just silly nonsense and things that just don't matter and things that just don't appeal to them. As the product is more family, more PG, more 24/7 championship, do you know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. It just doesn't speak to a certain audience. So I have to try and think back to like when I was a bit more of a casual in that sense. And I mean, I was still involved to the point where I would know that people had gone and where they had gone. So I feel like they probably do. I feel like they've probably heard of AEW, even if they've not watched it. But some people just tune into WWE, don't they? Once a week, once in a while. I'll watch the wrestling tonight. I might give the wrestling a go, see what's happening. I think I saw WrestleMania's coming up. Tune in, catch up with the storylines, and that's it. Like, they won't go on Twitter to search for it. They won't go onto YouTube to search for it. They're not searching articles. They're just watching the show. Like, those people do exist. How many there are, I'm not sure. I have to think the vast majority are aware of AEW. I mean, straight out the gate, 2.2 million for SmackDown. Dynamite gets 1 million. That would suggest 1.2 million aren't watching. But out of that 1.2 million, how many have heard of it and choose not to watch? And then how many just haven't heard of it and are just super casuals that maybe just keep changing each week? Some weeks they'll watch, some weeks they won't. But by and large, it averages out at 2.2 each week. Don't know. Without doing in-depth research, we won't get any kind of answer on that. But there will be people out there like that. I would think it'd be more the minority, though. I'd think it'd be more the minority that don't know about AEW at this stage. It's been around. It's been so vocal. There's been such high-profile people that have gone there, Like CM Punk going. I mean, that must have resonated. If you hadn't heard of AEW before, you must have heard about it when CM Punk went there. Or when Bryan Danielson moved over, or Adam Cole, or, Moxley, Jericho. I mean, you must have seen that Jericho's trended, or you must have been aware of it. So I have to think at this stage it's a minority. I have to. I tweeted you the Evil shows, 8 episodes, 1 page on Watch Wrestling. Are they all out? Are they, James? That's interesting. I thought it was like once a week. Yeah, that's interesting. This show got me back into wrestling after a long break. If you don't follow it, then you don't know what AEW is. That's really interesting. Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of you can answer probably a lot of this stuff better than me. Which is why, when I'm just chatting away, feel free to put your thoughts in. I know many of you do anyway, but put your thoughts in the chat as well, because there might be people out there that were casuals, just as I said, for a time I had to be, because I wasn't able to watch the shows each week because of work commitments and whatever. So for me, it's hard, because I have to think back to then, and I think even then I would have known, I would have heard. I was still watching YouTube stuff, I was still aware of what culture. I wasn't watching, but I did watch King Ross a bit. I thought he was pretty fun. But I wasn't really a regular viewer. I never have been, to be honest, of that kind of stuff. No shade. I ain't got no shade. I just don't watch. That I just never have. I don't know. I've just never... I don't know. I remember... I can't remember what I used to watch. I used to watch Bruce Blitz. I remember watching Bruce Blitz. And then I think I just managed to get it so that I could watch the shows myself. And then I didn't need. Once he went and started his own network, I didn't really need to be watching anything else. So, as I said, no shade. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to think back, actually. Interesting to think back. Where are we? Oh God, we've massively overrun. And you lose track of time. That's me. That's me right now. Right, let's wrap it up, shall we? I'm not going to hold you hostage any longer. Let's end the poll. I reckon this was, for a go-home, I'll say it's a 7 out of 10. I thought there's some good stuff on it, so... seems like you lot enjoyed it as well. People are about 6 to 6.75, 7 to 7.5, 8 to 10. I would agree if this wasn't a go-home, I'd be in the 6s. I think for a go-home, though, I'm feeling very generous. I'll give it a 7. But there is an asterisk next to that, and the asterisk says go home. Yeah? Let's not get carried away. Let's not go, oh, hang on, you only gave NXT a summit the other week. No, hang on, asterisk. This is a go home. I came into this with my expectations were down here. Yeah? I was expecting to sit here, watch a load of video packages and be bored. So the fact we actually got some great promos, Bianca cut in Becky's hair, A few little, like, 2 marriage proposals. Let's not forget, never forget. I kind of feel like I was entertained. It was all right, so... right, we're done. Awesome. Appreciate the support. We will be back tomorrow with the Wrestling Escape Pod. We will be back tomorrow with NXT. We are doing the England game tomorrow. And then we'll also try to keep an eye on the other matches that are happening at the same time. So loads going on. Appreciate the support. Thanks a lot for watching. See you again next time. Bye for now.